tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old time movie about a ghost and a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, you know that ghost is me. And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstore sells. When we reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. But heroes often fail. I won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. I walk away like a movie star who gets burned in a three-way script. Enter number 2. Movie scene to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me. But for now, love, let's get real. I never thought I could act this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old time movie about a ghost and a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. But the story always ends. If you read between the lines, you know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lost. I never thought I could feel this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went, but the feeling is gone, and I just can't get it back. that I used to own. I used to roll the dice, see the fear in the enemy's eye, listen as the crowd would sing. I'm walking the stairs, I'm off the door. I used to walk the key, but the walls closed down to me. I discovered that my kids are sad. I'm on the strong, jealous sad. I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman Catholic choir to sing. Be my mirror, my sword, my shield, my missionary in the foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, when she called there was never no this word. That was when I rose. In the wild west, the doors and the lights were lit, the shadows moved and the sound drops. In the curtains alone, what I become, revolutionary's way. On my head on the silver blade, I remember the lonely street. Good, ever wanna be king. I hear Jerusalem bells ringing. I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman Catholic choir to sing. Be my mirror, my sword, my shield, my missionary in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know some people can call my name. That was when I ruled the world. That was when I ruled the world. I leave it at 2, my friends. How are you doing? I'm a little bit closer. How are you doing? I leave it at 2 tonight, and yeah, with the omission is no reflection on what is omitted, which is my heart interlude, which just becomes more and more relevant, I think. As all of it stays more and more relevant. Well, to me especially, but I know in a general sense as well. So I hope the music kind of puts okay there. Again, once again, getting that balance, singing at the appropriate volume. I was in busking today and sort of accustomed to blaring it out, blasting it out. So yeah, I hope it came across okay. The first song is a more tender, gentle song, "If You Could Read My Mind" by Gordon Lightfoot. It was another player. I reckon they're all players. They're all players, and especially the people who reach the top levels, and they become the most influential and stay the most influential in their greater or lesser sphere of influence. Many people would have heard of Gordon Lightfoot, but I'm sure you would definitely recognize some of his songs or some of his melodies. But yeah, that's the original song, the opening song, "If You Could Read My Mind." I hope I did a reasonable version. Let me just stick on the sheet here. I hope I did a reasonable version of that. Yeah, a few mistakes in there, but it is what it is. The second song then, Viva la Vida by Coldplay. Very interesting as well. Another band um, given to us, handed to us. All greater performances or performers on the stage. And if you remember Coldplay, they came into, I'm sure you've heard of Coldplay, but yeah, Viva la Vida, but they came onto the scene with their song Yellow. And I remember playing it to my son Steve, when he was a toddler, 1, 2, 3 years of age, up, I think, to be learning on piano. I think we probably sang it together at some point. But look at the stars, see how they shine for you, and all the things you do. It was all yellow. Well, if they're just an act put in place in the greater stage, greater theatre, well, what they're presented with, lovely carrot, always presented, lovely carrot to sort of tempt you in if you're into carrots. But more significant than that, then I think the story's been told everywhere. But from the opening line of their song Yellow, look at the stars, see how they shine for you, it makes a great difference to me in the context that I see everything now, which I didn't see back then, of course, even though the stars were, I wouldn't say of equal interest, but they were of interest. If my screen is flashing, it's because it's a laptop and it's something wonky about the screen. But anyway, yeah, very interesting. Look at the stars, see how they shine for you, and all the things you do. So I wonder, does it all connect? Because I just they're the two songs, and I'm sure you've heard me sing them before, if you've been around for a long time, anyway. But I'm hanging on for the next hangout, even though this hangout I'm going to be out, so I've only like an hour and 35, but I can go over it any extended amount of time, and it won't impact on the next month. But then I won't be able to do any hangout until the 20th March, which is okay as well. That's at least before the 1st of April, which is a very interesting date. Dodo's Day, the real beginning of the new year, right? The year of the ox. I found out today from IPS, listening to IPS. I don't listen regularly anymore. Am I back? I hope I'm back. Oh yeah. Well, this flashing screen, the computer shuts down. I know all I have to do is just take off the back and just sort of loosen up the wire the way it isn't pinching so much or something. But hopefully it's okay now. And yeah, that's the reason it went off. So hopefully I'm back as well. Uh, well, just to look briefly into let me just say, yeah, I hope you enjoyed that music so much, and it's just something to do in the now, right? As you take a breath, it's the now moment. Um, yeah, the next hangout, after the 20th of March, which is good before it's at least before the 1st of April and the 4th of April as well, which is Easter Sunday, in case you didn't know. Ishtar Sunday, I-Star Sunday. All stars are one star, ARISTARCHUS. And let me put back a small bit. Yeah, so maybe for the next hangout, I should say definitely for the next hangout, I'll open with an original song to my Steve, and well, yeah, another song, another sort of a semi-original song. The lyrics are taken from elsewhere. The music is my own. So yeah. So there's no time left for tonight then, really. So if anyone wants to have a chat, let me know. I have a few things to talk about. I'm thinking, no, I don't have a few things to talk about in the sense that, you know, I'm not planning anything. I'm just more than happy to speak openly at this stage and just to speak to myself, just express my thoughts, because there's many things I was thinking about, and I'm going to expand upon them, and I'm not sort of inclined to write things down too much anymore, or record things so much in notepad form. Since I didn't lose it, my hard drive is there, but all the information over the last 7 years is there. So it's about just processing everything in my own brain, and especially this late stage as well. Let me just check that everything is back where it was before the. Especially this late stage as well. Let me just check that everything is back where it was before the. That's good. Let me turn up the volume a small bit. I have it down to 49, 7 times 7. And I can't remember her name, but she's the leader of the European economy, or some sort of what she was talking about. You can go on YouTube and find her talking, Christina Legrand, I think that's her name. She was talking very cryptically a few years ago, 2014, I think it was, about the sevens and the significance of the sevens. Here we are in the year, 2021. Almost. We haven't quite entered 2021, not until, April 1st, the real new year begins. And when we do, then 2021, 21 itself is 777, which is half of 42 as well. 20 times 21 is 420. It's all very interesting, and it's all very culminating, I should think, as well. So yeah, the next hangout. Well, I'll tell you the title. The title of the original song is either going to be Pine, P-I-N-E, or I Pine. So one or the other, or a variation on that anyway. So yeah, I look forward to actually working on it if I make the commitment, and yeah, I will do that, and I'll do the other song as well I have in mind. So, The Mind of God. Yeah, Christine Lagarde, what did I say? Legrand, nice one. Mind of God, 33. That's something I'm going to talk about. Let me just post a link here if you want to jump in after a while. Well, maybe I won't post a link quite yet, but and not look at the chat so much as well. But well, yeah, she talked a lot about the sevens, the magic sevens back in the 2014 speech. What are we dealing with here? What level of control, cooperation is in play Earth-wide? We know the Earth is a flat plane. We know it is, right? But that doesn't quite suffice as well. A noun is something distinct from an adjective. When it comes to what Earth was, we left that behind, the spinning ball, right? So what Earth actually is, that's different. You can't describe the noun in terms of the adjective. You have to give it its own proper sense. So what Earth actually is becomes all important. And, well, my own thinking, of course, Earth, the soil, that establishment is made. In the beginning was the Word, right? The mind of God. It's through the Word we garner understanding. This is the nature of our experience. So that equation is made between the Earth, which is a greater body, and the Earth, the soil itself. So what is soil? Soil, so-I-L, I-Sol. So-U-L is you-Sol. From the dust we were made, and from the dust, to the dust we will go. The dust of what, though? Well, I said that's the tree of life, right? And that's ARISTARCHUS. ARISTARCHUS, why not? Why not? Yeah, I'm glad the screen sort of reloaded. Um, I should take more time to think about the Viva La Vida by Coldplay, by the way. I should take, but I won't. So many things I should take more time about. What I want to talk about tonight, primarily, or just maybe get the ball rolling, is April 1st, 88, and Stanley Kubrick, 9/11. Because I was reminded as well today, and look, I've said it many times, the biggest clue giver in this arena at this stage is IPS, Tim Osman. And when I think back to the Super Bowl, actually, I was wondering who would win between the Buccaneers or the Tampa Bay. Is it Tampa Bay? Who is it? Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Kansas, whatever they were. But you're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy. So in a sense, I sort of thought that they might lose, and the Buccaneers have the Pirates flag on top of them. In another sense, so I didn't want the Pirates to win, but that's only when I look back. I sort of glossed over it at the time. But everything is significant. Everything is scripted out, and to consider things like, well, Stanley Kubrick being a major chief influence in the direction of the 9/11 movie, that's something I've gone back 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I considered that, I guess. Maybe not so far back, but along the pathway, a good few numbers of years ago, after I found that 9/11 was a medium victim hoax. And then I did watch 9/11 or not 9/11, Eyes Wide Shut, when it came out, and I heard about Stanley Kubrick and all of that. And then looking back on it, when I came into Conspiracy Land, that his fake death is obvious, and what other roles did he have as opposed to just faking the moon landings? You know what I mean? Which was again handed to us on a plate. Now, at the time, I'm not saying I realized anything instantaneously. At the time, these were great revelations. Of course, nothing coming from me. It's all information garnered from elsewhere. But that IPS is the biggest clue giver in this arena, which is the greatest arena going. And he's talking about this sort of stuff, which has been well considered 10 years ago and up to now, of course. This tells me that it's all relevant. There's nothing outdated, outlived. It's all prevalent and relevant. And, well, now is the time of the dodo more than ever. That's what I would say about that, because it's a symbol that's passed down through the ages, and ultimately what it represents, well, is the greater origins here. When we talk about a new year on April 1st, in mind of God, that date might ring bells to you. It's said that the earth was created, or the world, maybe more specifically. I think we're in Genesis 2. The world was created. On April 1st. Funny that, isn't it? As it ends, so Gospel of Thomas quote, the disciples asked Jesus, what shall we do? Where do we go from here? Well, hang on, let me try, what do you call it? What was the... Yeah, where do we go from here? And Jesus' answer is, well, you just found the beginning, you're looking for the end now. And he said, let me tell you verily that where you find the end, so shall you find the beginning. So April 1st, very interesting date on many different fronts. And once again, the real beginning of the new year. And we're in the year of the ox. Remember last week I mentioned the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. I believe there are 5 or 6 of them out now, vaccines. I think they're all truth serums. I think they're all, anyone who's foolish enough, not even foolish enough, gullible enough, wear the mask and they do their bit. They're not bad people, of course. I think they're all truth serums. I think our DNA is changing. And actually, I meant to mention it tonight. All my life, I had a problem. I jumped off a tree when I was younger. Foolish thing. A pear tree as well. And it was big, big mad fall. Or big, big enough. I'm talking 15, maybe 20 feet. That sort of distance. So there was only one way I was going. And yeah, I know it hurted me at the time, and I knew it sort of stuck with me a long way along the path, even up to this day. But last week, whatever way I lay on the pillow, the neck was sore for, and it's still sore at this point. But now I'm thinking that, well, something's after healing in there. Something's after being put right, because that pain that's been with me all my life, it's like my nose. Right? Maybe does my singing come across in a different way? My nose is cleared up as well, almost perfectly, almost 100%. I'm not saying quite 100%, because they fucking cauterized it as it when I was 6 years of age, stuck an iron up my nose to stop the bleeding. But there's definitely healing going on. So I'm thinking the same thing is going on with my back now, because now I can move my neck relatively easily, even though I'm still in the process of transforming, I think, but much more easily than I could do before. So what are these times we're going through it all? What's your thoughts on it? What's your thoughts on it? I mean, mind of God will tell you Jesus is coming. How would you recognize Jesus? Is it going to be a black Jesus, an Indian Jesus, a South African Jesus? What about all the people who don't know who Jesus is? Who? I'm Jesus. Who are you? What are you telling me? Who is this? You're Jesus? I'm John. What form is it going to take? The form that you create, mind of God, the picture that you paint for me. Yeah, but you're just painting the picture of someone else's imagination, right? That's all you're doing, just passing it on. Where's your own mind? The mind of God? The mind of God is ineffable. The mind of God is unique. The mind of God is unknowable. But all you're doing, and all I've seen you doing, is passing on stuff that, well, here in Ireland, we learned when we were 2 or 3 years of age, when we first went to school, even before that, that Bible literalism. And that's it. I know you have a different take on it. And it's funny, all the Bible literalists have a different take. They like to separate themselves from the dogmatic church, right? Catholic Church especially. Yeah, pay attention. Because everything is relevant, everything is significant. So it's not that I wasn't going to do a hangout. I mean, I know only an hour and a half left or whatever. But there was one star shining again in the whole sky, as I can see it from here from the window. And that star is Sirius. It's been blocked over now. You can sort of see, not so prevalent tonight, a green hue to the sky, but it's there most nights. Friends, what's going on? Are there healing energies everywhere? I think so, man. I think so. Anyone else experiencing, old wounds or something, old ailments, healing up? Remember, one of the Mandela effects is our heart has gone into the center here. So no longer is it at the left or left orientated. It's gone into the center. Symbolically, I don't know, medically speaking, but apparently lots of evidence suggests it's always in medical books and everything. It's always been in the center. Hence Mandela effect. People remember it being on the left. I didn't delve into it too deeply, but yeah. Have you yourself found any long-term ailments healing up in any way? Are you paying attention to the sky itself? I'm positive. I haven't been outside Ireland, I've been outside of Limerick, but I'm pretty positive that what I experience here in the Limerick skies in Ireland, southwestern Ireland, as they call it, has to be equivalent elsewhere. And I know from talking to other people that people have had strange experiences with the skies as well. So what's going on? We have this green hue. I say it manifests, it transmits through the rain. It's everywhere, right? It transmits through the rain, so the rain is more voluminous, more energized, more imbued, more full. Um, is it transmitting to us as well? Is this healing um, conducting? You reckon? Yeah, I never could do that with ease. Like I can, even though as I said, I can still feel ache, but it's in a different area. So was the initial discomfort set for the greater comfort, greater repair? That's definitely along the lines I'm thinking about in all senses. And when I talk about April 1st as well, and just my thoughts on it, it'll be very interesting to connect it to a few other things as well. Um, so we connected them already in my mind, but I haven't spoken too openly about them. Okay. It's funny, right? Think about this. It's funny. The J is said to be a late addition to the English alphabet, but yet all of these major religious figures, destinations, start to begin with the J. Especially when you think about Israel, Judea, Jesus, Jerusalem, Joshua. You go on and on and on and on, right? So if it's a late addition to the English alphabet, who edited the Bible? Where did the Bible come from? My position is clear. Should be by now anyway. We live in a construct. So the hidden hand, the same hand that authored the Bible, responsible for the works of Shakespeare and so many other works as well. Leonardo da Vinci didn't exist for me. Lewis Carroll didn't exist. The hand's in play throughout. And now, well, when I think about it, the story, what converted me in a massive sense? Very shortly after 2012, 21st of December, it was in late January, February, early February 2013, was the hand. I call it the hand of God. Came back from doing a bit of shopping, parked my car near where I was renting an apartment, and just took the bags out of the car and looked which way would it have been? I can't remember. Actually, it would have been closer to evening time, so maybe maybe southwestern sky, something like that. But directly, I don't want to go into the story because it's sort of involved. But all I will say, the best way I can put it is the hand of God appeared to me. It was like in a great distance, hand formed in the clouds. I was looking at it and wonder, in the great distance, or however far the great distance was at the time. I was probably considering flat Earth, but I didn't know what to make of, Anyway, yeah, that was a transforming moment. It was the hand of God. I stick to it. Mind of God, hand of God, and just to to show me that I wasn't dreaming or hallucinating or making shit up. From that direction, wispy clouds sort of came towards my direction, and a great distance, right? But to me, it seemed like in seconds, in moments. These clouds sort of in a wispy-like fashion formulated over it was, to my view, I lived in a sort of a rural enough area. No one else would have been privy to it, I should think. It was a quiet enough day, but just pretty much right above me. Let me tell you what formed. So these wispy clouds came from the hand, and I'm sure it was the right hand as well, right? So the right hand as it was facing me, the right hand of God. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah. In the great distance, I didn't know how to gauge it, but over my head then, I pretty much directly from my attention. That's the only way I could put it. These wispy clouds formulated into a trident. It's the best way I can put it, like a 4. So we have a 3 and a 1. So I made 1 down the center and 2. So it was like a 4 more than a trident. The 3 division was at the top as opposed to at the center. And there's more to that story then. Some other things happened later on that evening, but the hand of God, playing a part in everything, and the hidden hand playing a part in everything. I'm happy enough to understand that. But, what gives your game away, in a sense, mind of God, in the big sense, is that you're not even willing to entertain any of this stuff. The Bible has to be literal. I must have my timelines. If I don't have my timelines, where does that leave me? Well, a lonely ex-ball earther, I should think. You've done away with the idea or the notion of millions and billions of years, right? In terms of evolutionary past, this is what science offers us. Now you can cling at least to, the religious notion, specifically the Christian notion, or the Jewish notion, I guess, intertwined there, even though you're from India, right, Chirag? So there's a whole hell of a lot different frames of mind, philosophies, thought processes going on with Indian religion, I'm sure, in all its variety. So for you to get stuck on Bible literalism, in a sense, and in essence, right, it's highly strange, but especially then, as you're hyper-skeptical, as you need to be. 9/11 was media victim fakery, extravaganza, spinning ball earth is fake. Pretty much every other aspect of organized, controlled life is fake. It's fabricated. Its foundation is set on lies, deception. So you know what I mean. I don't take that to heart too much. I don't get personal. I might have been upset years ago because you seem like a nice, genuine, likable character. But it's the limitations, it's the glaring limitations as well. When we get to this stage of inquiry, historical revisionism becomes predominant, primary. You have to consider it. Back to the basic questions. Who am I now? They're more pertinent than ever. Who am I? Where am I? You've settled on that somewhat. Or have you? Here, look, jump in, because we can talk openly. I think did I put the link in chat? We can talk openly, and I can get to cover what I want to talk about as well. There's a link there. Jump in, man. Maybe now especially because, something is happening, something is going down, and I think that's for certain. But mind of God says God's hand and mind are equivalent as he thinks things into existence. Well, that's problematic, isn't it? Is your hand your mind? Have you the possibility within you of thinking things into existence? There's a basic distinction between material and immaterial, even though there is a recognized relationship. When my hand moves, my mind has to make it so, has to decide, right? All right, here we go. So okay, mind of God, let you in straight away. Jeb Skeptic, I met you, Jed Skeptic, and just for the chat we had last time, it went swiftly by. The link is there, Jed, if you want to join. Mind of God, let's keep it. Actually, you know what? Don't fucking bore me. Don't bore. I'm not saying I'm not worth boring, but don't bore. Let's talk about something new, something cutting, because we're at the cutting edge in the sense, aren't we? Let me add you to the stream, Mind of God. There you go. You can.
Pete, why are you worried about me being boring, man?
I'm not saying you're not boring, but don't bore me. Don't give me the same spiel that you gave me when I was first impressed by you, a few years ago. Whenever, don't give me that same spiel without altering someone for even to humor me. I
No,
know
that's
there's a
fine.
match.
We can think outside the box. I know that you're a spiritual person, so I have no issues discussing things outside of a rigid framework, for
Does
sure.
God have a hand? That's a good question. So does God have a hand? Does God have a mind? Is there a distinction between mind and hand?
I believe his mind is a place, where Jesus says, I'm going to be with the Father. There's an actual place, some dimension that he exists. And so when I call my channel the mind of God, I believe it's a place. I'm not saying that I'm as smart as God. It's like you writing Limerick, where you're from. That'd be it. It's just God.
Well, who are
God.
you a smart as? Who are you a smart
I'm smarter than all the ball earthers on this earth.
as? We're smarter than all the scientists going, right?
Yeah, and I say that
And
confidently
that's
at
at a
this point.
basic level. But are
Yeah,
we?
I say
But
that.
are we?
That
What did
that's
they
why.
really know, Chirag? What did these people really know? Life is a game of chess. You won't deny that there are people privy to greater, information.
Yeah, but Pete,
We're going back to what I did.
that's why I'm bugging you, man. Because and I'm not saying this to make you puffed up, but you're one of the people that knows obviously the Earth is flat, and then there's a lot of actors, and not many people talk like that. I would say you and I are one of the few that say that, and so I give you credit for that. So that does put
Can you
us in
name?
an elite
Well,
group.
you must be able to name other people. Come on, you have lots of experience in this arena, lots of experience in Discord. Flat earther, name a genuine flat earther. Come on, mind of God.
I don't know of one.
It's fucking hilarious that we can't, right?
Yeah,
It's hilarious that we can't. That tells us a few things. Now, if we think that as face value, this is the utmost treachery. Imagine a lonely, isolated world coming to realize that the whole of your life is a lie. All you
hmm
got is the people surrounding you, right? And in this sense, this arena, the flat Earth arena, early doors. I'm not sure where you were in 2016, 2017. Early doors on YouTube, I'm talking about. There was a
yeah,
great camaraderie going. There really was. I understand why now, because all the actors were put in place to create this great camaraderie.
right.
But in the meantime, all of the controversy was slipped in. The biggest controversy being Patricia Steer, Antonio Subarats, the whole transgender stuff.
Yeah,
Now I see it's all scripted, right? So yeah, is there any genuine? I can't think of a genuine flat
Pete, it's
earther
like a,
who
it's
would
like a soap
contribute.
opera. We're involved in it, so they need those characters, right? The romance, the all that. So yeah, I view it that way.
If we respect the mind of God, He doesn't give a shit about any of this. This is all petty stuff. This is like, as you say, soap opera stuff to the
Yeah,
thinking man. Because what? It's how much of the mind of God is all of this drama, fake drama to begin
yeah.
with as well, going to take up. This is
But
what I
Pete,
think the great wonder is about. This is what I actually think, Shirag, the great wonder about all of this is,
yeah,
and I think the truth is simple. I think the truth will turn out to be simple, but only in relation to the greater truth. So
yes.
life will be simple, but then we'll be exposed to what? Eternal life and all of the possibilities that the mind of God can, well,
I think we'll find out that we are God. That's the simple. Yeah,
well, I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want
that's the
to
simplicity.
offend
Yeah, no.
sensibilities.
We have to be. We have to have existed before this created. We have to have been a part of it, or else. Think about this, Pete. Like if you're building like a house, right, and you got all the wood sitting there, that wood decided what that house would be, right? The size, the amount, and the quality. So if God's going to build an earth and put us on it, we would have had to been part of the creation. Do you agree with that?
Very interesting. And I'll tell you something how you differ to other. I'm not saying you're a complete Bible literalist, and you're more focused on the Savior,
Yeah.
which I'm not knocking in any way, man. I tell you now, I'm more into what am I into now? I think I played the secret book of James last time, the Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah.
Right, so it's further along the line. I say it's all sort of pre-scripted out. It's all from the mind of God. So
Yeah.
when we get to a certain point, we can understand that it's all a series of clues. Mark Sargent told us it was a game of clues, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's down ultimately down to you, the individual, to come to I like what you said there, because I'll tell you one thing that in all my experience, the Bible literalists stick together, but the one thing that they do hold, and I said it's very pivotal. They
hmm
do hold in all my experience, in unison, that we just came into being at conception, when our father and mother came together.
Right, right.
And no, that's not true. We
No,
have
that's
eternity on
impossible.
all sides, Chirag, I think. So that changes everything as well. That's what I think.
No, you're correct, man. I give you credit. I know you have issues with the Bible literalists. I don't think the people you label Bible literalists are actually Bible literalists, because the Bible teaches reincarnation. We've lived in past lives. There's an optimization that the Creator is doing, and Paula and all them, they won't talk about that. Patokli and all that, that quantum eraser, they won't go there. Just like
Yeah.
they won't go to the ether. They won't go to all these different topics. But reincarnation is a biblical fact. We've lived in past lives. We have to. We have to be sleeping in the bed that we made. That's the only way that this makes sense.
I reckon we came back at least twice. We have to live male and female. And I
I,
say
I
that's
don't. I
like
can't say that, and I wouldn't say that, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not. That optimization is way over my head to understand.
I mean, well, let me just ask you a straight up question. If you did have boobs, if you were a female, would you fondle them all day long?
I'll pass on answering that.
Well, it's actually very interesting. You know the capture of the Baphomet?
I
The
wasn't
capture
sure
of
if you were
Baphomet?
serious. Yeah.
Well, listen, hang on, mind guys. Very, I mean, that's a joke as well, but of course, that's ingrained in our nature as well. This want, this desire, this need, and why is that? I say it references the divided state of us, right? But if you saw the caption of Baphomet or depiction, if you see the depiction of Baphomet, he's sort of like semi breasts. It's like you're a male with no breasts and a female with breasts, and you sort of combined. And I think that's getting back to this dual nature of us. And I'm not sure how you feel about that. But yeah, I'm half the man. I'm only half the man I used to be.
I think
You know,
women are less spiritual, so I feel like spirits that are not as close to the Most High, they'll be in women's bodies, and then spirits that are confused about their gender, they're going to become trannies. So I believe there's a logic. Obviously, that's me guessing, but women are not as spiritual as men. That's why there's not many of them in the flat Earth. In truth, there's more men. I'm not saying they're genuine or whatever, because they're all actors, as we
they're
just
all
said.
actors, right? So where are the
Yeah.
genuine women? Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
I
I
don't
was just
know.
say cheers to all the women out there and
Pete,
all the
imagine if the
trannies.
women were truthers, the world would be an amazing place. Imagine how
said it.
righteous it would be.
I swear to you, I said it only the other day to a bunch as I walk by, and I can't explain the setting. I said, ladies, we need the women to wake up now. Corona's a hoax. We need the
Yeah.
women to wake up to it all. Once the women wake up, the controllers know this as well. Men are okay. This is why men are associated with the father, because we're sort of brain orientated. Women are is Adam as well, right? So women are material, generative centered, Mother Earth, right, orientated.
Mhm.
And well, that's because there's this ultimate divide between the two. We are a half, right? You're a half. You're missing your female counterpart. If you turn out to be a tranny, well, then I don't know what
I'm
happens.
not, dude. Don't worry. No
Well, look, but the
investigation.
point is, why is the tranny thing so predominant? Patricia Steers. Do you think Patricia is a transgender? Honest to God, I
No,
love Patricia.
no, I don't.
Well, why? So the question becomes then. The question becomes, why is it made? Because they're all actors. They're working according to the script in cooperation.
Mhm.
Remember, QE is a faceless military man.
Yeah.
I found him out before. He did an interview with, and he was been on camera. He did an interview with Nathan Roberts, and
Okay.
it turns out that he is and what was it? As at least as it was described, he was an ex. I'm not sure if it was a Pentagon official, but some high
Really?
rank anyway. Yes, really,
Hmm.
absolutely, really.
But
And
you and I, Pete, know they're all doing a dance. They all know each other. Rumpus, guaranteed Rampy
right,
knows Rumpus's full name, like where he lives, like maybe even hangs out with him. Like they all know each other. It's obvious at this point. So I
right.
mean,
But I mean, you know what I mean. To do what they do, and to make it sort of obvious, it is obvious. I
yeah,
mean, what do we think of them then? I mean, again, as I said, we're in this lonely sort of realm as flat earthers. You're isolated by everyone. I'm no one to talk to anymore. I'm just brainwashed to every degree, apparently.
yeah,
That's okay. I don't mind that. I'm well sort of used to it, accustomed to it. Funny enough, in all of these corona changes,
yeah,
my life hasn't altered too much, man. It
yeah.
hasn't,
Same with me, really.
in a
Not that
sense.
much.
But I'm okay with that as well because I've been waiting for corona for years. And well, we're coming to the culmination. You expect Jesus to come back.
Yeah.
second coming. Well, man, I'm on board with that. I'm on board with, in a different sense, I guess. You know,
But
every
Pete,
man
I got a
one
point for you.
picture.
You might like this. You know how we were talking earlier about God's hand and mind, right? Just to think outside the box. Our mind and hand are disconnected. We could think a thought, but we won't be able to do it because there's limitations, right? Financial, government, really, all these different things. But God's mind and hand, there's no disconnect. So I believe this is a grooming for us to be able to be God, where we can think things and they will happen, but we have to be prepared for that. We need a certain
Well,
righteousness.
well, you're talking. Well, let's keep it basic. When is there anything that you can think that your hand can't do? So, is there any instruction that you can give to your hand that it can't do? I mean, I'm not. I'm talking within realms, and I'm talking at a basic level as well. So, you know, I don't think so. And
Lots of things like,
look how immediate our movement is as well.
but I can't go
If I
touch
tell
the ice
myself to
wall.
move my thumb and turn it upside down, or do you know what this is, the devil's horn? Do you know what this represents? Mind of God, devil
No.
horns.
Yeah. What is it?
Do you know what? Okay, these are all the symbols that are presented to us, right? To bring it to keep it in our consciousness. So when the sort of time of awakening comes, we recognize all of the different signs. Well, for me, above we have divided, and below unified. We are in a divided state above. In a sense, we're upside down, right? But that's got to do with the tree of life as well. And well,
Mm.
no one seems to be telling the story that I tell, but I'm only telling a story that has been written, as I consider it, has been written already. You know what I mean?
But Pete, the
But
divided state is us away
that's the
from the
devil's
creator.
horns about.
Yeah.
It's united below, divided above. We are male from female, torn apart. Our testicle. Think about how you get an erection, right? I'm going to take if you're definitely not transgender. Well, actually, I don't know how it works with transgender, but as a male anyway, you get an
Yeah.
erection. The mind has to be involved first of all, right? The mind has to be involved, but it's blood flow. So blood flow fills up the all the tubes, etc., and you get, as a male, an erection. Now, when you think about the female and the monthly cycle, we have blood loss. So when I talk about the divided state, one is sort of a reflection of the other. When the woman is the woman, it's because the woman is the heart of the material, and that's what I think. That's the ultimate divide: immaterial versus material divide within man. When we were heliocentrists, big bangers, all there was the material. And who was the father of heliocentrism? Who was the father of materialism, in a sense? The one, which is materialism. Well, Aristarchus of Samos. Now, he never existed 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago. Am I going to go think in Jesus' terms 2,000 years ago exists? I can't. I can't.
Mm.
The story is greater. The mind of God is deeper than the literal. You know what I mean? Even
Yeah.
though all is encompassing. Um, but again, I'm not expecting you to react. No one is talking like me. Well, as we get to these deeper layers, I talk about everything being within certain context. Like
Yeah.
I talked about the Gospel of Thomas as well. Once I understand that, well, it's all by the hidden hand, and it's just it's like the pyramid, right? You're after moving to a different layer now, so now you're going to be taking different meaning from this. It's aimed at those with ears to hear and eyes to see, right?
Yeah.
So, you know,
But Pete, one thing to think about, maybe you've already thought about this. When I think of a divided state, I agree, but I believe that we're divided from the Father. For some reason, the Creator likes to basically put his spirit out, and then he wants them to come back. And I think he keeps doing that. That's what I believe, and then it's our job, like you keep saying with the clues, we got to find our way back, and that will never stop. He'll do it again in a different realm. Me and you could have this conversation in a different realm, in a different body, and not even in a body, and then
I
but
don't
then we
know
have to
though.
come back.
But look, this is what I think. Flat Earth is how it changes everything. The dodo changes everything for me, right? This realm in its current divided state, it's all a construct to begin with. It's 423 years old, April 1st. Now that changes everything. So, um, who am I going to be on? Just me saying that, who am I going to be speaking to in equivalent terms? Very few people, I should imagine. So it's an ever sort of decreasing, convergent pathway. You're led down to nowhere. Ultimately,
Hmm.
it's nowhere. And I think that's fair enough as well. If we are a part of the mind of God,
We have
well,
to
this
be.
shit is easy for us. This shit is easy for us. You know what I mean? It's like a
Yeah.
puzzle we've been put into. So yeah, all the clues are there. Can make your way through that. And when you graduate, then the rest of eternity is opened up, and the rest of your abilities. I just thought recently, right? Well, if we are children of God, and I am a child of God, we are all children of God. Wonderful miracles, right? Um, the least he could have done was give us wings, as we look everywhere and there's birds flying around, without a care in the world.
Yeah.
Well, he did give us wings, man. He did give us wings,
How?
or we do have wings. And genuinely, when I connect my female counterpart, right? Well, we got wings. We got wings. And when we think about what hair actually is in relation to look at a young baby duckling, baby chicken, lots of hair around. The hair gradually transforms. So we are in this sort of retarded state, this divided state. And look, ultimately,
Hmm.
the way I think about it, I mean, what better way to appreciate what you had than to lose it? You know what I mean? And come to re-find it via a different pathway, as in not just the light bulb turned on in you. Although I think the light bulb is going to be turned on in everyone, Chirag, because I think this is what the vaccine, the
Yeah.
Oxford
I agree.
Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is about, a truth
Yeah.
serum. I think I genuinely. Why are they on this? Is a killer question for people now that I ask regularly enough, especially women with children. Who has a weaker immune system? Women or sorry, not women. Who has a weaker immune system? Children or adults? And of course, the obvious answer is children. You have to keep them in a sterile environment, watch what food they take, give them injections all the way up, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, when they answer, generally answer adults because they've been influenced. But we're much smarter than that. But then I ask, who are the only ones who gone unmasked throughout Corona?
Yeah.
There's
Exactly.
children as well. So there's a different symbolic sort of aspect in play here. And my reasoning is, well, the children are pure, man. The children are pure. You wear a mask to hide your shame, in a sense, and we all have shame. We all definitely have shame.
Hmm.
When it comes to, I know you're not. I don't think you're a parent, right? But when it comes to the beautiful miracle, the beautiful gift that's given to us, right? And well, when do we stop being children? But you've got to do your very best by your children, and that, of course, involves truth. I haven't seen my beautiful child in coming up in 6 years, man. And the last time I
Wow.
saw him was a boy, and now he's after turning 18. And I swear, I left him in all my dealings with him. I never lied to him. As far as I honestly, from my heart, I never lied to him. I never lied, even when it came to Santa. I always sort of worked my way around it.
That's
Uh,
awesome.
but yeah, it was always in lie in lie. Funny enough, the word lie is in life, right? But
Hmm.
always in love and truth. And
It's
next time
also in believe. I think that that's interesting
I was
too.
just
Yeah.
thinking about this coming down the road tonight. Next time I see him, it will be sort of reconnection along exactly the same lines in love and truth. And I'm
Hmm.
thinking to myself, time is an illusion anyway. We're the mind of God, right? If we're eternal, what percentage of eternity is what a year, a day, 72 years, so time is an illusion, but I think that when I see him the next time, it will just be as if no time, at least in my head anyway, at least in the mind of Pete Shea, that's what will happen. Because, well, this is what it's been about all along for me. It's just the truth. I want to fucking know what's going on. I believed wholeheartedly what I was told.
What
Now
do
that
you
I've
want to say to your son, Pete, if you were to see him? Like, have you been able to communicate, or you just don't see him at all?
he's
Like,
only he's only he's only 26 miles down the road.
wow.
But in a way, all my hangouts here I speak openly and I speak as myself, so that connection is still there. And I know he's watched certainly some of them. Oh well, I can't answer that question. I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. Mind
Hmm.
of God, there would just be hugs and tears. That's all.
Right. Right. Right.
But this is what I've been waiting for. I promised my son the changes in 2014, and now I see in my way, right? 2012 happened. Everything is unraveling according to a greater plan. And before people might have scoffed at me, But now look at Corona time. So if there's a different interpretation to what exactly is going on a greater earthwide scale as well, well, where are we bound for? I guess that's the ultimate question for the individual. Where are we bound for? And let me ask you
Mhm.
that, mind of God. Where are we bound for? Are we bound for misery and despair?
No, I think we're gonna have the Bible says the kingdom of heaven will be here on earth, and then those that are there we're giving new names to access God, so we're gonna have direct connection to the Most High, and so yeah, that's what we're anxious for.
Will there involve mass, how would you say, a clearance? I say everything, we're going through a cleansing period. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's a filtering. I agree.
I think, well, I was saying about my neck earlier on, I've had this trouble all my life with my back
Hmm.
since I fell off the tree. But have you experienced any personal cleansing or personal sort of repairs with them?
Yeah, I've
Anything?
had two neck issues that I believe were like some judgment, and it was uncomfortable for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, it was that's the worst pain that I've been in. It wasn't that bad, but so far I've been fortunate, not too much.
Nice one, man. I mean, I'm talking tangible healing energies, tangible cleaning.
Oh yeah, no, nothing. I don't think I've had a genuine supernatural encounter. Like you were talking about the hand. I'm not sure exactly what you were referring to earlier, but no, I haven't had anything
Yeah.
like that. I think it would
Well,
overwhelm me. Actually, I don't think it's good for those things to happen to somebody like me.
well, let me encourage you to. So when I say tangible, I mean okay. It's a sort of let me clarify a little bit more. If you have an issue with your body, your physiology, right, your system, and you've had it as a long running thing, I think if you focus your energies, or if you're probably aware that there are differing energies in play now, the creator is here. Well, you know, will it make a difference to that recurring injury or whatever, however applies to you? You know what I mean? I think these are the sort of the possible realms we're living in, man. The possible times we're living in. That all
Hmm.
of this can affect everything. And when you talk about the mind of God and the hand of God as this a distinct sort of things, they can't be distinct really. Can we come to terms intellectually with the distinction between does God have a body, for instance, in that sense? I mean, you know, but
Yeah, I
or
don't think so.
yeah, it's just the best way we can sort of understand it in a sense. But then that always leads us to a contradiction because the best way we can understand mind and hand are in absolutely distinct terms. It's like 0 and 1 are different. One is immaterial, reference is immaterial, which is the mind, and the other is the material manifestation. So, well, if we are the mind of God, this is the limited position we've put ourselves in, maybe, Shirag.
Hmm.
So, how have we allowed ourselves a way out? Which is to, if you get your mind right, well, can you get everything else right? Does anything become possible? I certainly believe that we have telecommunication possibilities, telekinesis, levitation.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
yeah, I agree with
absolutely.
that. Yeah, I
And
totally
of
agree.
course, that comes from the mind. Then that's mind, body, spirit interaction. And let me ask, can I ask you a question? Actually,
Hmm.
what do you deem the distinction between the soul and the spirit is?
That's a good question, actually. I was on Arwen's Hangout, and I kind of inferred that they're all the same. And he said, not. I think he was delineating between the soul and consciousness. So I don't know if you have thoughts on that. That's I don't quite know. I when the Bible says the soul, I just view it as the quote unquote substance that is preserved when our body dies, and so I just lump consciousness in with that.
And spirit as well. I
That too,
mean,
yeah.
but I mean, I think you definitely have to be more specific because you recognize the Bible quote that you can offend the Father and you can offend the Son and you'll be forgiven, but you
Yeah,
can't offend the Spirit. You will not be forgiven for offending the Holy Spirit.
yeah.
When you think of the word soul, right? It's I think we've forgotten how to read, or at least we're coming how to read again. We're coming by that way. was Soul, 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 so Sol, Sol, you
Hmm.
Sol. Uh, yeah, it's so pertinent as well to flat Earth. Nathan Oakley will tell you. I'm not actually sure where you're at with this. I know you've definitely made a laugh of Aristarchus in the past, but that's okay. Nathan Oakley doesn't know what the sun is. After all his years, after all his intense, that's all. That's the only answer you'll get. And I asked Nathan, what have you replaced the vacuum of space with? You know, there's a necessary container because we're breathing. Have you gone any
Hmm.
further with that? As if the controllers don't know, first of all, right? But no, that's the same answer. Same with the sun. Don't know what. Don't know. Let's
Hmm.
move back to scientism. That's what
Yeah.
they're. That's what Quantum Eraser is selling. The sort of advanced science, which is quantum mechanics, and well, he's a Bible literalist, a more unlikely Bible literalist you couldn't encounter. But
Hmm.
I say all the characters are crafted; they're perfectly qualified for the role they've taken up. But
Yeah. I call them market makers. They're there to go in Discord and create conversations. That's it. And they only are allowed to read from a script. We know that.
well, I think they are very sort of helpful, beneficial within the greater arena. So there's always people coming into. Um, Ultimately, yeah. Look, if we are part of the mind of God, this is an individual's journey. And as I mentioned earlier on, I've come to the conclusion this is. I reckon there's millions of people, maybe not millions, but probably millions, in on it. What's happening here is no grade shakes. I
Hmm.
think once we leave this experience, we get back to who or what we were, and I think we'll be kicking ourselves as well. Mind of
Yeah,
God,
I
if we
agree.
didn't
I
sort of
totally
follow
agree.
the clues. We were always meant to realize that I put Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser, exactly along the same lines as, believe it or not, Neil Armstrong.
Hmm.
They're actors playing a part within the greater script, and they're even in a sense more important than Neil Armstrong
Hmm.
because, well, where is he now? Where's Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley now? If the Flat Earth truth comes out, there'll be people put up on pedestals. People will be looking for heroes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, so they become more significant characters. But
Hmm.
what are their limitations? That's what I ask myself. And well, I've long since asked, I long since realized what their limitations are. They're happy enough to talk about the same things over and over again. As you mentioned, Rumpus earlier on, they're the counterparts. They're the
Yeah.
counterparts
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and that's all there is. That's all there is to it. But where does that leave you as the individual? Again, if we take everything at face value, these are very treacherous roles these people are playing in this lonely and isolated arena for the individual. Everyone else is a liar. All of the ignorant people. I mean, with total respect, just will go along with officialdom. But
Yeah.
yeah, these
They're
people,
here to
the
lead us,
leaders,
Pete.
but these people are the leaders of the opposition, and yet they're sold out. That makes
But
their crimes all the more heinous, right?
to me, they're all like a data point. They're here to lead us to certain conclusions, and you can land in a lot of different buckets, depending on which data point you put more weight on. Let's say you're more enchanted by the Mandela, or you're more enchanted by simulation, or you're more enchanted by Bible literalism, like maybe me. And so it just depends on what weight you put. You can end up at a different conclusion, but they're fundamentally all data points, like um, that's just the way it is, and I think that there are few true Bible people in this arena, just like there are very few true people in general in this arena. So that's shocking to me because, you don't have to take the Bible stance, but it's a candidate for investigation once you recognize that you're on a flat stationary plane.
Well, yeah. What do these people know? I guess is the question. And of course, there's massive cooperation going on. We know about the Oakley crew, the Potato, led by Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent, and the Oakley crew, led by Quantum Racer and Nathan Oakley. Sort of international cooperation. Um, what do we know about what they ultimately know? That's
I think that
the question. What is there to ultimately know? What are they? What are they gatekeeping? Mind is that?
I think they're gatekeeping the fact that we are body and soul, that there's something exists that we should focus on, outside of the physical, and their job is, to lead us to that, and then there's I would say people probably like you and me, that's obvious. That's not anything that's really deep. That's like once God exists, creator, then the more interesting discussion is the non-physical, and they're not allowed to go anywhere near that, and that's clear.
Well, at the same time, Quantum Eraser, when pushed, or the alarm is just setting in the background. Quantum Eraser, when pushed, will admit that it is a metaphysical reality. And of course, if we're dealing in these new terms, well, what applies? And I think, well, not to get into it too much. I don't want to get into it too much. It's what they won't talk about gives them away, and they know what they won't talk about.
Yeah,
And I think
exactly.
they even want you to talk about what they won't talk about because they are clue givers along the path. You know what I mean?
But Pete, that's why they have the same truth as we do, because they know what to not talk about, and so we're just figuring it out. So it's our job to quote unquote use them. And so every time I go to people, even liars, they know the truth because they know that they're lying, and they know to avoid conversation. So that's God's spirit. It's just you and I, or maybe other people who don't have any limits. We have a bit more of God's spirit because we don't limit the things that we talk about.
Right. Well, that's why I've said that, as far as I can reckon anyway, the chief clue giver left in this arena now is IPS. The baton has been handed to him, Tim Osman, Infinite Brain Radio. He talks about 9/11. Can you name any other flat earthers who talk openly about 9/11 being a media and victim fakery extravaganza?
Not the mainstream ones. When you said, are there any genuine mainstream flat earthers? I would say I don't know any, but I mean, I feel like there are a couple.
How strange is that, though? How strange?
It is strange because to me, it's like it's an invitation to be genuine. That's what I don't understand. Flat Earth and all these other things. It's like, well, now you can question everything. It's like literally someone sends you 100 invites to all these different places where you can just openly talk, but people don't. So that's why I know it's controlled by the military.
Yeah, and look, I'm not asking that question as if I'm asking it for the first time. No, I've long since come to terms with my answer. And well, there's gatekeepers at every stage along the pathway. And
yes, for sure.
well, when you think about the predominance of quantum eraser, what he's been doing, I know I have a very specific point of view as well, because I remember him back in 2016, the first time I spoke with him. And very impressive, of course, very knowledgeable, very authoritative.
Yeah.
But now I know what the role is, but yeah, it's like, how deep do I go with this? Because I understand that it's only my own specific sort of overall view on things, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate enough. It's clear enough. What he brings with him is, well, a faith and trust in quantum mechanics, right? By his name itself. What's in a name? Sometimes everything is in a name. His quantum eraser is a quantum mechanical experiment, which is a decider of, well, I guess I should think about that more. I guess maybe if you're interested, you're qualified in what's your degree in advanced?
I studied electrical engineering.
Oh, electrical engineering. Okay, well, I'm not saying you know yourself. It's all bollocks, right? Through the whole university system. I study mechanical engineering, but I do have a general interest, and I'm able to now more than ever have a sort of an explorative conversation into what actually is. When we think about what quantum mechanics and how it came about, Einstein killed ether. And with the death of the ether, along comes quantum mechanics. Quantum eraser, then, here in this pivotal arena, swears by quantum mechanics. His quantum eraser experiment is an exemplification, I guess, of, well, how, fuck it now, I should think about that more. I was actually on his Discord channel. I soon got booted off.
I don't know much about the guy, honestly, except for what I see in Oakley.
Okay, I soon got booted off, like elsewhere. I was on Nathan Oakley's channel for a good while, well, a bit anyway, until I started talking about things outside of the obvious and observable nature of the surface of Earth we live on, which is flat and stationary.
Yeah.
It's always known. The truth of that is always known. The same people who give my screen is back for me. I hope it doesn't go off. But yeah, the truth is always known. The lie is built on the truth. So
yeah, I agree.
So his clue for me, his ultimate clue is what he won't talk about ether, quantum eraser. Remember, he is the overhead. He's the main man in regards to Nathan Oakley channel. That's a cooperative effect. Plenty of
Yeah.
Bible literalists there as well. And I'm not bringing anyone down. I'm just, talking about the characters they play. And I know they're all characters. But yeah, what does he defend to the death? Quantum mechanics. What does he abhor? The whole of the panel, the whole of the Oakley crew hate the very mere mention of the word ether.
Hmm.
When you think about it, mind of God, when we come away from spinning ball Earth cosmology, now we have a flat stationary Earth surface, as the best we can say. Whatever's going on, yeah, but we have an enclosed system as well, right?
Hmm.
The screen is flashing here now. I hope. Anyway, we have an enclosed system as well. So ether becomes more significant in a sense. At least to my thinking, it always has been from early days. When we think of everything in an enclosed fashion, and the infinite universe in terms of the material stars, etc., now being something different, whether it be lights or whatever. One of the questions Nathan won't answer, or none of the lads will answer, is what do you think might be beyond the barrier necessary to container? What has replaced the vacuum of space? For
Right.
me, the answer is obvious. I think for you, the answer is obvious as well. It's even biblical. It's waters, right? Saline waters. It's saline waters.
So
When
you
we think
think
of,
we're underwater,
well,
completely
I think,
submerged?
right, when we think of the span of the flat Earth surface, it's thousands of
Yeah.
miles, right? When we think of the 70% water covers it, it's salt water, saline waters. When we think of the depth, though, it's only 8 miles down. It's like a puddle. It's like a
Right.
puddle going on. So, yeah, there has been some inundation, and it seems the obvious answer. Can I prove that? To who? Who are you proving what to? You know what I mean? The truth is
Yeah.
already known, but it's the best answer. And like ether is so abhorrent a word for consideration to these truthers, right? These, well, what are you going to call them? Well, what are we? What are flat earthers? I say there's no maverick flat earther. There's very few maverick flat earthers. I would say I would describe myself as a maverick flat
Hmm.
earther. I would say because I talk about areas that I have nowhere else to go to when I talk about Aristarchus or the Dodo or the Milky Way and the Moon or a reflected night sky. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
in general, flat earthers not mavericks. No, the whole arena is set up. So if you just landed and remained on Earth is flat and stationary, that'll do. Well, what questions are you asking yourself? The controllers know the true nature. Do you think they're just finding out the lie the same time as you are? Come on. Do you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
know,
No, they know for sure a
of
lot of
course
things.
they do. Of course they do. But I mean, ultimately, Chirag, what questions are you waiting to? What are you
Well,
working
one thing
on? Any
I would love
questions?
to know when physicality ends, like how that works, and what discontinuity. I'd love to know how God creates people and gets them to not talk about certain things. I don't understand that. I don't know why a person would only want to talk about certain things. That doesn't seem natural. These are things that I think about.
Yeah, but I mean, well, have you thought about what if the God that we accept as God
Hmm.
is not the real overall power? Have you thought about sort of different layers, different structures within the greater power system in relation to what eternity? I reckon, by the way, that once we leave this, what do you call it? All ideas, all notions, Bible, God, devil, all gone, everything. There's a different reality in play. So therefore, I reckon that everything is part of this greater construct, which I call the game of life. It's
Yeah, the best analogy I use, Pete, is that we're living in the Most High's like dream, and when we have a dream, we allow the characters to talk freely. The only thing that we have control over is we can pull the plug, and so they do have some amount of free will, and but we can guide it somewhat, and so that's sort of the way I view this. And then when we're out of this, then yeah, we're back in an energy kind of state, however you word that, the soul or the whatever. So
Yeah, but there has to be a purpose though, and this is where, at least for myself, by tying the greater script, the dodo goes back to the beginning of this era, just in the greater symbolic form, because it
mhm.
never existed in reality in a literal sense. It's a ridiculous story, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's I don't know. Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't know. The
You
Bible
can't
says it's
drag
it's
anyone along
simply
with you, right?
The
You
only
can't
answer the
hang
Bible
anywhere.
says is it's for God's pleasure. That's really that's the best I could ever say, and that's
Uh,
you'd have to then if like somebody says like why is golf pleasurable, I can explain it, why I like it, but there's no further details in the Bible for now, so that's all we go with. This must be
well,
pleasurable for him.
well, it's a lonely old station, Chirag. As you
Hmm.
know, as you know, there's no one to talk to about anything.
The more truth you have, you should be alone by definition. You should be. You have to be. That's why even Jesus says that your family and all that have to be secondary to the truth
Yeah,
and tertiary. It has to be that way. So
I get that. I think so as well. And literally, in a sense, I was locked up for 7. I don't know if you listened to the last couple of hangouts.
yeah.
I was locked up for 7 days, 8 days actually, in isolation, in quarantine, in Limerick prison.
Jeez.
Uh, yeah, for I refused to wear the mask, and I refused to take a corona test because I told them from the start it was all a hoax. But ultimately, the reason was me playing guitar and singing my song, and just police coming over, extending their powers beyond what they're legally bound by.
Hmm.
Uh, but yeah, that's all. And you realize, I think once you get to this stage, you realize, well, ultimately, that's all who's been there from the outset. Is you yourself. I want to say thanks to Bob Nodel's gyroscope, just for his wish. Genuinely hope you reconnect with your son. I will be doing, Bob, and it'll be wonderful. And I appreciate your sentiment there. And ultimately, though, and there's no greater example of it. I haven't seen him in 6 years. I know nothing at all about his thought process, his daily life, anything like that, at all,
Yeah.
at all. But yeah, there is that intimate connection from the outset, and well, yeah, I do realize we're placed in this scenario all
Yeah.
alone from the very start to make
Yes.
what we will of it. And look, we look where we came. I don't know. Did you ever, as you were studying or something, did you ever go through an atheistic sort of frame of mind, or did you
Yeah.
ever?
I would say most of my life, except for flat Earth.
Nice one, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice one.
I still feel atheist. Like
Really?
I would say atheism is more commonplace for me. I would say there's rare moments where I recognize that God is tangible and literal. I would say a majority of my thought is still overwhelmed by all this collapsing back to a creator.
Okay. Well, but you
Yeah.
still have. Okay. Cause you when you say you still feel atheist, you mean that it's a possibility that there's no creator in play,
Well, no,
but
I,
you
I think I
that's
think people
outside.
like you and I, like we're technical. Like I would say, I struggle with believing things that I can't picture in my mind. And so if I can't picture it, it's not that I don't think it exists. I just don't think about it. That kind of thing. So it's not that I'm saying that there is no creator or I'm against God in that way. It's just if I can't picture something, I just don't think about it. And then so if you can't kind of put words to it or a thought, then I view myself more as like on the day to day as a person who doesn't maybe consider God in a literal actual way. Like father son, you don't argue that you have a dad because you interact with them. So that kind of thing. But one quick Pete, one point of encouragement hopefully is that I believe the anxiousness that you're feeling to see your son has to be the case that the creator is feeling with us. Maybe that's the same longing if he has emotions that we do. One would think that when we return to him, like you were saying, it's going to be simple, it's going to be beautiful, he's going to have questions, just like you have questions. I think that's what I hope for, and I don't think God will just say, "Oh, this is what it is. You should have figured this out, you stupid idiot." This and that, like I think the clues are very timed because a lot of these truths are overwhelming if they found us at a younger age, or if we weren't stable, to accept them. So hopefully that's the
well,
case.
well, listen. That's why. That's what I'm saying. Have you heard me mention Aristarchus before?
Once or twice.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? If there's a greater theme threaded through this so-called reality, right? Which we know is only, well, I guess we have to define our terms. I mean, is life all-encompassing? Does life encompass our complete existence? No, it's just a part of it. It's a part of it. And well, what does this life entail? I think the letters and the word is chosen very specifically. The more core the word, right, the more basic the representation, right, then the more significant it is, the clearer it is to read
Yeah.
when you have the eyes to see. And when you understand, well, this is the whole point when you think about it, Chirag, right? Science tells you there's no ultimate direction. Everything comes from no thing.
Hmm.
So everything has to be at every point along the path to the greater thinking mind, and in a sense irrelevant, unidirectional, insignificant, because it's
Hmm.
just a random evolution of chaotic chance.
Hmm.
Now, that makes all the difference when you invoke a creator, a higher power. Well, that changes everything, and that's where
Yeah.
I'm at. That's what so I came away from the former and landed on the latter, and this is what I mean when I talk about this thread being laid down throughout. And I think it is a greater script. IPS talks about the meta script.
Yeah.
Absolutely, IPS is the greatest. He's after taking over from Mark Sargent as the biggest sleep giver
did
in
you
this.
did you see my conversation with Mark Sargent, Pete, on my channel?
No, go on. While I'm having a cigarette, just give us a chat there about it. I'm listening. Go on.
Well, I just kind of emailed him a little bit, just to kind of see what that email address, if it's real, first and foremost, and then he called me like, maybe an hour or so later. He's very well spoken. I would say, you can say a lot of things about Mark Sargent, but I would say, he's very articulate, just like I would say
He's
open.
smooth. He is smooth,
Yeah,
right?
like he's a guy that if you're like starting a company, you need him on your team. You just want to hire somebody like Mark Sargent, and that kind of thing. So, but yeah, I mean, he kind of has the sense that we're reaching a crescendo, and then he's written some things on his audiobook, spoken some things, I guess, about you know the government. Whether I think he would maybe lean possibly towards the government, creating some kind of fake invasion, or some actual, maybe genuine beings from another realm visiting us and that kind of thing. So I wanted to pick his brain about that, and so he replied promptly. um I don't know, like I just the reason I don't like this community is you can't really ask them like what they do for a living, like you and I think people are pretty upfront about what we do or don't do, but we don't really know like what these people do, for a living, kind of thing. And so that wasn't the point of that discussion with him, but that is sort of what I'm curious about with a
But
lot
it's
of these
so
people.
it's so limiting as well, and it's sort of taking liberties as well. You can't just come along to somebody and say, "Yeah, I want to find out about all of these different aspects of your life, just to get more confidence in you." You know what I mean? Especially when you're dealing with someone. Think about this, Shirag. I know I'm
Hmm.
in. Well, you can hear. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Yep.
Okay. Well, so I'll just continue smoking here. So think about this. Mark Sargent has been on, I would say, pretty much, definitely on every continent, right? But he's been on television on
Yeah.
more independent countries than any other. Would you say man in this world? He's done so many interviews on mainstream television. I'm saying man in this world, I should think. That's why he's Mr. Flat Earth. He was born for the role. He was early doors settled for this role, this most predominant role. That's why Patricia Steer was his counterpart, Miss Flat Earth, right? So you can, yeah. I spoke to Mark, and he was actually in Dublin. If I knew he was in Dublin, I would have made a trip up. I would have.
Hmm.
I'm in Limerick here; it's only 100 miles away.
Right on.
But I didn't know he was in Dublin. But he knows who I am. I've spoke to him before, and he also knows, and Patricia knows that I know that they're clue givers. They
Yeah,
are
for
clue
sure.
givers in all
For
of
sure.
this. Mark Sargent was picked for the role, and you were just after testifying why you can see how possibly he may have been picked for the role. He's so
Yeah.
smooth.
Yeah, he
He's
is.
so seemingly genuine.
Very
The
nice
ultimate
guy.
question, well, mind of God, the ultimate question we face is what's the most terrible thing that can happen to a man if your girl or your wife cheats on you or something like that? It's horrible.
Hmm.
It's absolutely horrible, and it's I put that on par with the flat Earth community. The early doors, it was all a very optimistic, sort of close knit community. We were making inroads here into the truth, and we
Yeah.
were putting the man down. I swear to you, that was a sort of feeling in a sense. Uh, to come to realize that while the whole thing was a setup, yeah, bitter pill to swallow. But then you come beyond that, and
Yeah, I agree.
well, ultimately, this is the question. Ultimately, we judge characters like Mark Sargent, who are obviously playing a role. We all know it at this stage. We
Yeah.
judge him in the harshest of terms, or is there a greater story to play? Is Mark being picked for the role from the outset to play a certain character, to put forward a certain truth? And well, is he aware of the end at the beginning? You know what I mean? Is the end more certain than the beginning? Mind of
That's a
God.
great question, dude. That's what I wonder. It's like, how much do they know about what they don't talk about or don't know? Kind of, how much do they? Yeah, that's what I wonder with a lot of them. Because you and I will just fire up a live stream and talk about it, and if we're wrong or whatever. But I wonder. That's why I wanted to talk to him, because his audiobook, he made some cryptic statements about, beings from another thing or whatever, and I'm like, well, I want to hear that from his mouth, that kind of thing.
I have said it. I'm going back. This, Jesus Christ, man. This is 2021.
Yeah.
I'll be more active. I know my head is cut off here, but don't worry about that. But I'm definitely more active way back when. But I've said it many, many times. Everyone's missed Mark Sargent's real clues. So he gave the superficial 13 or 14 clues. But I reckon within every one of those special clues prepared, there is a secret clue, a real clue, and I could pinpoint about 3 or 4 of them. First of all, Mark Sargent Prepper, his map of choice was the Orlando Ferguson map. You're going to bring up the Orlando Ferguson map for yourself at some point.
Mm-hmm.
You go, that's a fucking very strange choice of map for a flat earth, or it's not flat at all. It's like a roulette table inverted.
That's 66 in numerology, by the way. OF.
Well, and what do you call it? Roulette table adds up to 666. Is that?
I didn't know that.
All the numbers.
I'm not sure. That could be. I just go by initials a lot.
No, I think that's a fact as well. The roulette tables are 1 to 36. When you add them all up, or 0 to 36. 0's in green, by the way. Isn't that fucking? That's why I like. All there is the now, right? All there is now. That's why that came to me now, because I've been talking about green being the color of 20. We're still in 2020, by the way. 2021 begins on April 1st, which is the real New Year's Day, which is Fool's Day, or well, a fool is also known as a dodo, right? But yeah. Roulette, when you add up all the numbers on a roulette table, it adds to 666, the number of man or number of the beast.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's quite the number of man. It's 616 as opposed to 666. Mm-hmm. But that's a different matter. But that was one of Mark Sargent's real clues. Another one, well, in the name itself, Mark Sargent Prepper. He was a prepper. He made it clear at the start. A more unlikely prepper you never meet. Mark Sargent, a very clean.
Oh, Pete, one quick point. Sorry, before you go, the BNT 16 2B2. Did you notice the number, the numerology 616, 666, all that? What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, I have spoken about this, man, and it's brilliant. It's brilliant. So right. I say that the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare wrote the works of the Bible, and we're left from both works with 2 very pertinent questions. One is, to be or not to be, Hamlet, the most famous play, to be or not to be, that is the question. So we're told outright. So there we have the to be. What do you get if you connect a B and reverse B, right? 818. Mm-hmm. It just depends on which direction you read from. But from the Bible then, one of the biggest questions we're left with, I think the biggest question, is to work out why 6, is it 666 or 616? Is the number of the beast and the number of man.
Yeah.
Right? So I think these are 2 questions which are interconnected. So the context that I give them in is, well, they're from the same hand. So we're always meant to see the interconnectivity between the 2 questions. And we'll note that body begins with B. But if we're only half a body, Chirag, we're only half a body down the back. Look at your back. When's the last time you looked at your back? When's the last time you noticed that the female spine is more supple?
I haven't noticed that.
Pulled out of one another. Well, yeah.
Pete, women avoid me with all this truth stuff, so I'm not doing well. you know.
Yeah,
So
I mean, well, listen, I haven't been with a woman in the longest of times now. Do I mind? Of course I do. I mean, Jesus, this life has to be. I think this is why we feel these things, because we are missing our soulmate, we're missing our counterpart, our opposing counterpart.
interesting.
Um, is our life's quest ultimately to find or connect us with our soulmate? I think everybody, I think, will have some idea of their soulmate, even if it's just. It could even just be a very fleeting encounter. Do you know what I mean? That
Hmm.
you've dwelled on for years. That could have been your soulmate, and you just. But maybe in a sense that's the purpose, to connect in some sense with our soulmate. But getting back to Mark Sargent and his well, that was a massive clue. Mark Sargent, who was a prepper, that was a pointer towards Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Hmm.
In the annals of historical documentation and reference and record, that will be recorded as the most famous album in history. Now, the Beatles are just as much a production as Leonardo DiCaprio, Leonardo da Vinci, or Newton. I don't believe any of these people existed. Copernicus, especially anyone before 1598. You
Really?
know,
Okay.
yeah, definitely, man, definitely, yeah, definitely. The pyramids in Egypt were built in the last 300 years or so.
Okay.
The Wailing Wall in Jerusalem was built in and around the same time. It's part of a greater construct coming out of the mind of God,
Hmm. Wailing
right?
Wall is 33. You know that, WW. But interesting.
Well, in Code Dodo, I have my own Code Dodo.
Yeah.
WW6. W, it has the value of 6, which has the same value as M, which is 6 as well,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
Pete, my brain can't stop. When I'm driving, I feel like I need to turn my brain off because I see that everywhere, and it's annoying now sometimes. I'm like, I don't want to do that. You know, I just want to go and walk and not think about that stuff. But
Well, why? So, by you saying that, I get exactly where you're coming from. I reckon we have to recognize that our brain is only half a brain, and that half a brain is only half a brain again. I reckon our gut is an inside out, an inverted version of our head. I reckon everything below our heart is an exploded version, an inverted version of everything above it. And I'll tell you something for nothing. I told you this many times to go and look at the Gospel of Thomas,
hmm.
uh, and how many times he references this divide and say, when the two can become one. So where does this all tie in with Aristarchus? Yeah, well, Aristarchus is a divided tree of life. So what's the hierarchy here? I would say we are the hierarchy. The earth reflects us, right? This is why earth and heart are anagrammatical. We are greater than the earth, so we ventured into an experience. So the earth itself, the whole structure, the whole construct reflects our greater division. That's what I
Yeah.
put it. That's the way I
Okay.
put it. And it's written in that sort of scriptural form. That's all I can say. And I swear to God, man, 420, it's actually four. So April 1st, come April 1st, I say the earth will be 423 years old in its current divided form. But here we go. Here's a good thing. Well, here's a good connection to be made, because I'm very positive in terms of all of this resolving.
Hmm.
Uh, April 1st, first of all, was said to be the day that Earth was created, the world was created. April 1st, 88 years ago, brings us to April 1st, 1933, which is actually the start of World War II. Now, we know
Hmm.
World War II, all the fakery, so much fakery going on throughout. So we're just reading the greater script. But
Yeah.
April 1st, 1933 was the day that the Nazis declared war, or they boycotted all of the Jewish goods. Anything Jewish was boycotted by the Nazi Party. So, in a real sense, that could be considered, and I think is considered, because it's written that way, right? The beginning of World War II. Some say that the World War II never ended, mind of God. So
Hmm.
we're always under this sort of emergency state of affairs. I
Yeah.
say, well, 88 years later, is this what Corona is all about? Is this what ultimately this is all about? The ending of World War II, WW2. Um, yeah, April 1st, 2021. So that's when 2021 begins, April 1st, the real new year. Funny enough, when you go back 33 years from April 1st, 2021, you get April 1st, 1988. So we have
Yeah.
the 8 and the 8 and the 3 and the 3. Why is 3 and 3 so significant? I think it's our story being told as well. When we think of 3, 3, we can think immediately of tree, tree, the divided tree. But when
Yeah.
you look at the letter 3 or the number 3 and you combine it with its opposing, mirrored opposite, well, you get an 8, right? You get
Hmm.
an 8. We also
You
have to
also
think
get 6 when you add it together, but I understand where you're going with that. Yep.
right. But we also have to think in terms of letters and numbers on the two-dimensional screen,
Yeah.
you know, as opposed to reality. Here we are in this three-dimensional world where it's actually a two-dimensional world, the zero dimension and the three dimension.
Hmm.
And what does the zero dimension incorporate? You're talking crazy there, Pete. Well, I'm not. Tell me what dimension of thought is. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So that's the mind of God, right? Mind of God.
It's a place, man. Don't get offended. I know that it's a very. I mean, I made that years ago before all this stuff. So don't. But I would say the reason I named it that way is I pursue that. I want to think. If there is a creator, I want to think the way he does. I want to be able to create the way he does, and I think that God wants that. He's got questions, and it's okay. And I think he wants us to ask questions too.
Are you
And we're
sure
seeing
you
that.
want? Are you sure you want that though?
Yeah, I do, for sure. That's a brilliant entity, man. The fact that you and I can sit and think that we're free, but he controls everything, that is brilliant. I want to know about that.
Yeah, but hang on. You're just after admitting to a possible and separate relationship between you and God. Are you aspect of the mind of God?
What lives on in us? Yeah, I believe that is a piece, quote unquote, piece of God. So we all have God in us, just different amounts,
But you
different.
separate yourself ultimately from the greater God.
Yeah, I believe we're in a separated state right now
Yes, but you know,
because of the
maybe
body.
as the greater God, aspect of the greater God, you put yourself in this separate state only to be reunited with the greater mind of God, which there's no separating, right? God is indivisible.
Hmm.
So, well, actually, do you know one of the last things? Let me sit down for a second. I was up, one of the last things I said to my son was, "You are God. We are God. We are this inimitable aspect of God.
Yeah, we have to be.
And how could there be any separation?" I think if we follow things, well, I think that's a great point. Well, actually, there's so many things I could talk about. Einstein saw the universe from his aspect, from his head, from his armchair.
Hmm.
But he was always looking for the grand unifying theory or the gut, GUT. If we know
Hmm.
he's a captive character and it's all a game of clues, where is that pointing towards? Well, our own gut, right? What's the relationship between the gut and what's going on above? I think this is very pertinent as well. And in order for us to come closer to the mind of God,
Hmm.
well, we have to, well, where does the mind, that's a good question. Where does the mind reside? Where does the spirit reside? Where does the soul reside?
Hmm.
And so,
I've heard one religious person talk about the soul being in the belly. I didn't watch the full video, but
oh, that's
I thought it
interesting.
was interesting. Yeah.
When I was in a hunger strike there after my illegal incarceration, um, I feeling around for my heart and my heartbeat. I couldn't feel it. I felt
Hmm.
it down here. It was pumping down here.
You didn't eat the whole time you were in there?
Yeah, I was on hunger strike from the very start. The fuckers. I
Jeez.
mean, not the fuckers. I mean, let me actually let me. Do you need to go make a cup of coffee or something?
Yeah, I can drop if you got it if you're gonna do your stuff, man. It was good
You
chatting,
don't have to
people.
drop.
We'll
You
talk
don't have
again.
to drop. I just want to sing it. I reckon this is the song that I spent 8 days in quarantine isolation in Limerick prison
Yeah.
for. I went on hunger strike from the very outset for. But no, I'm just going to go to the toilet for a minute. So you do what you have to do, mind God. But don't go. Let me sing the song, and I
Yeah.
think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll
Let me
go
go
on mute.
to the toilet
Sounds
first.
good.
Excellent. All right, let me keep it a bit muted. Because it is 21 minutes past 00 here in Limerick, Ireland. 21,777, half of 42. So I reckon ultimately this the song that landed me in prison for 8 days on hunger strike, 24-hour isolation. It's just the facts of it, right? And, actually, I was in busking today, and I was in the exact same scenario. Had some weed, cans, just did pretty much the exact same thing. White town as well, but yeah, I sang this. Corona's a hoax. COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax. Corona is a joke. What are you going to do when you find out they went to pay the dodo out? Corona's a hoax. COVID's a joke. COVID's a hoax. Corona is a joke. God, what are you going to do when you find out they went to pay the dodo out? What are you going to do when you find out they went to pay the dodo out? There's a whole lot of folks. There's a whole lot of folks. Put on your mask like a good boy. Put on your mask like a good girl. Put on your mask 'cause the shops tell you to. Put on your mask 'cause the cops tell you to. Oh, what are you going to do when you find out they went to pay the dodo out? I didn't get the. I disrupted the household, but I didn't get to sing the end of it, which was that. Well, Corona's a whole lot of hoax. See the light of heaven. Corona is the light of heaven,
And the congregation says, "Amen."
well, actually, it is true. It's Orona is the light of heaven, and I say, as I look out, I'll be able to see it. It's the green light, Aurora Borealis. So it's all about what's going on at the center, and yeah, I didn't get to finish the end there because while it's at 12:30, there's no one next door, no one can hear me. I live with my mother here in the family home, so that has its limitations. Mind of God, but I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I lived on my own for years, and that's not what this is about. The status. What does status mean? I get mocked on every front anyway. So for people to find out that I live in the family home, that doesn't matter to me, but obviously.
Pete, last thing I want to say, that it has to be all lies for us to wake up fully. Do you agree with that? All of it
How
has
would
to
we,
be lies.
well, how would we, the deeper the lie, the more we'll appreciate the truth, right? The more
Right,
we'll,
exactly. So everything has to be a lie.
so
That's the
what do
that,
you cling to? What's the greatest truth? Putting you in a difficult spot now. What's the
mhm.
greatest truth you cling to then? If you let go of everything else, what are you going to cling to?
I
You're
think
going
the
to say,
biggest thing that I've learned from this is I have to question everything, and that's okay. It doesn't mean I'm right, but that's what I've learned from this. I wish I questioned everything throughout my whole life,
you
everything.
did, man. You did fine. You are exactly where you need to be at this particular time. And
Right,
everything had to happen. Everything. That's what I reckon. Everything.
right,
Everything. To
right.
take you to where you are now. The only problem is you have to decide where you're at now. Danks has a great song. I didn't get to finish, man. I was looking, and I blared that out. I blasted that out today. I didn't get to finish. The last line is, yeah, Corona's a whole lot of hoax. See the light. Corona's a whole lot of hoax. See the light. See the light of heaven. And that's what I think Corona is actually about. I honestly do. And I think this is what it's the veil is lifting. Everyone
Yeah,
has heard now the possibility that Corona is a hoax. Everyone is, because remember, mind of God, there's no distinction between any of us. There's none. Cannot be any distinction. The mind of God is ineffable. We're all aspects of the mind of God, then we're imbued with the same potentiality. And who's going to deny that? Am I going to say I'm smarter than a little child? Get the fuck out of here. I knew from the very earliest of doors that my child was smarter than me. I was learning from him. In a sense, he was the father and I was the child. And I tell
mhm.
you that from my heart. So you know what I mean. I do intrinsically accept that whatever my thoughts may be, whatever they might appear to anyone else, oh, that guy is smart. That guy is, and I do get compliments. I don't deny that. And people, when they meet me, um, you might laugh. You might laugh for a few minutes at some of the things I might say, ridiculous things. The Earth is flat. Have you ever considered the Earth to be a flat and stationary plane?
Mhm.
Or 9/11 was media and victim hoax. They might laugh. Or Will the biggest one is Will Smith played the role of Barack Obama
Yeah,
and Osama bin Laden. That's mad. But given chance beyond a few minutes to expand upon that, yeah, people don't not take me seriously. You can't not, right? Because I'm not. Well, I know, but
but
I'm not.
Pete, I don't think we're better or smarter. I don't view it that way. I think people like us, we ask better questions, and better questions for us. So I don't the whole notion of smarter and all that. I don't even think like that anymore. I genuinely don't. I did for many many years, in the rat race, but I don't think it's a notion of better anymore. I think there's a lot more people now. I think what you're saying with this awakening, people are asking better questions, and a lot of those questions involve God. And I think that's amazing. I think that's the way it should have been from the get-go, and we wouldn't get to this place.
Listen, outside of anything else, coming to a flat and a stationary Earth surface, away from heliocentrism, Big Bangism, um, it's a logical necessity that there's a higher power. Now, the problem comes and arrives. Well, just the way it's written, right? When you talk about God, I don't generally use that term because immediately it brings a picture to mind of God.
Hmm.
Brings a picture to mind. And if that picture is flawed, and generally that picture will be if you think back to the furthest reaches of your early beginnings, generally that picture will be associated with that original or initial impression. So this is where you're entering dangerous territory, and of course, this is where the spoken word, right? I was going to say infiltrates, in a sense, spellcraft. It infiltrates, or possibly anyway, possible infiltration of our greater connection, right? Connection to the
Hmm.
true, outside of the word, the true. How would you put it? Outside of the word, the true gut instinct, the gut feeling, the gut. You know what I mean? Is it? There is a distinction. This is the tri distinction. This is what I think God, the Spirit, and Jesus is about. Jesus is the Son, right? The Son doesn't come about unless the father and the mother come together. So the son and the mother are one and sort of the same, or interconnected. That's why Jesus and Mary is at the cross. I have some interesting things to say, interesting thoughts anyway, to express them on the cross and why Mary was at the foot of the cross. Because Mary, if we think of it in terms of the bodily form, it's at the heart of the material. And and actually an interesting, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, my God, why have you forsaken me?
Mm-hmm.
So very interesting, as Jesus's last sentiment on the cross. It's very interesting, and it ties in with what I've been thinking about, everything to do with sort of the God and the Bible. When we leave this realm, this experience, it sort of all fades away. So in a sense, this is the sort of a great video game experience. We're just coming in here, follow the clues, especially now, and well, who knows where they'll lead. But the ultimate thing being, right, coming to flat Earth, who can deny a creator?
Mm-hmm.
Or who can deny a higher power? That's a better way of putting it.
Yeah,
If
agreed.
ourselves are an aspect of that higher power, there's
We
no
have to
denying.
be. Yeah, we have
And
to be.
well, once again, that changes everything. Have you known any ball earther to go back on anything? Have you known any ball earther ever in all of your debates and arguments and back and forth to relinquish anything at all?
We know that they're actors, and we know they're actors in the flat Earth. So the whole ball Earth are actors. We know that. Like that's for free. Yeah,
Well,
that's
you
obviously.
say we. I think you're an actor, man. I have to say, I think you're an actor to a degree. I have to say that. So,
But Pete, here's the way I think about that. This is what I said on my last live stream: is that if what I teach is incorrect, fully, but maybe there's some things in there that are useful to people, I am an actor to you, for example. And then let's say there's things that other people teach that end up being not correct or not complete, then they're an actor for me in my quote unquote
well, but
movie.
hang on though. I mean, are you still active on your own channel? Are you?
Yeah, I live streamed recently just about this Mark of the Beast thing, but not as much. I just kind of post news clippings and that's it, pretty much.
Well, listen. I'll listen if you want to have a serious conversation about uh, a a more limited topic or a limited area. I can certainly talk about anything, and it needn't be sort of head to head between me and you, as it's going to get
Yeah.
into now. As it's going to get into now. But I mean, right now, if you are as you present yourself, right?
Yeah.
Have you considered? Have you been? Are you willing to let go everything that you held dear to this point? I was probably going to ask you the question beforehand. What
Mhm.
brought you to? It's not Bible literalism, but you're pretty much a Bible literalist. But
Yeah, I would say I'm the only one.
what
I
brought you to
haven't met
that?
another
Was
one.
it? Yeah, but I expect you were from India, right? So what brought you from that? Which is a big diversion away from, I should imagine.
Well, there was a girl I was interested in high school, and she was Christian, so I would say it was a bit of the, desire to be with her physically that,
Okay.
yeah, that started it. But, obviously I had questions about God. At a young age, I would sleep and then I would worry about like dying, like when I was like young, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, like, well, I'll be away from my parents and like, I was nervous, and anxious, and so at a young age, I think I've always been afraid of the afterlife, dying. And so I think
Are you
religion.
afraid of dying now, Shirag? Yeah,
No,
do you
no,
fear
no,
that?
no, not now. No, but that's because of flat earth and all these other things. But, 5
Would you
years
take
ago,
your own
yeah.
life? Would you take your own life? Would you?
Yeah,
Would you?
I'm more excited for that now than ever. So,
We're taking your own life.
well, no, like the afterlife. I'm not afraid. Even if it's nothing, I'm not afraid anymore. But that took time. That took talking. And asking questions, and then learning about my reality, and then knowing that there's a creator, and then he's in charge, and all that. So I'm not. Let's just say I'm not as scared. I don't want to say I'm cavalier about it.
It's
So
it's dangerous territory in a sense as well, knowing that there's a creator, but not being able to know the creator. How would
yeah.
you recognize the creator to know that he was always the one in charge? What if we parted this experience? Because if we are eternal, what if
Hmm.
we parted this experience and we just came to it? And this is what not do I suspected Babylon. Let's talk about Babylon in a second, and Babylon Part Deux.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, if we uh, part this life, shuffle off this mortal coil,
Hmm.
and if we are eternal as well, and there's just a different layer of deception waiting for us. But ultimately, because we set ourselves all of these different layers, because, well, we have eternity on our side. We got sick of hanging around by the brook,
Mhm.
having a great time with with all the with females of our choice, you know what I mean, or whatever.
Yeah.
That love of your life, that soulmate. And actually, I wouldn't. Oh, I'm even thinking more and more, Chirag, in along these lines.
Hmm.
I really think there's many different layers involved. When I talk about the divided state of me, when I pictured the united state of me,
Yeah.
right? United States, well, the male has the broader shoulders, right? And the female has the slenderer shoulders. The female has the broader hips, and the male has the slenderer hips.
Yeah.
And if you look at the female Q line, from the hips, it comes down to the knees in this sort of more converging, the converging or diverging, converging direction, and then it goes
Hmm.
straight down. I think we're literally male and female connected, and at the heels is the pivotal point, right? But that's a different story. But if it's to that level, if that unification is just another layer within the greater experience,
Hmm.
how are we to know? How are we to know? And I don't know. I think actually, when I ask how are we to know, let me. Oh, I've been listening to. So I think there's a track we have to follow. Once we get beyond Bible literalism, right? We get to 66 books of the Bible. So we can't stop there. Led to the Gospel of Thomas.
Hmm.
Led to the Gospel of Thomas. I thought that was the end point. 114 sayings of Thomas. Stanley Kubrick had his 100 SRM or CRM 114. 114 is 57 and 57, which is 3 times 19. And 3 times 19. 9/11 was about 2 becoming 1. So 9/11 went, or 11/9 went to 1/9. So we're in the midst of COVID-19, and here we are still in the year 2020,
Hmm.
19 years after 2001. So the way just I'm thinking, in terms of all of this, it's all, nothing loses significance. That's what I would
Hmm.
say. It's just waiting for the individual to piece it together. And I tell you, it has to be directional. It has
Yeah.
to be. It has to be. We're always meant
The
to.
Bible gives a lot of clues for sure. You know, like
Absolutely,
yeah, it
man.
takes you got to
Absolutely.
piece it together,
So
but it's
it's the
powerful.
Bible is true. The Bible
Yeah,
is
it
true.
is.
Everything is true.
I
You know,
believe
all
that
the
now.
solar liars, they're not liars. They tell the truth to us. We just have a preconceived notion or notions established within us.
Yeah.
So anything different or outside appears to be, well, if something is not true, it's untrue. I mentioned earlier on about 3 3, right?
Hmm.
33. Why is that so significant? Well, 3 3, the divided state of us. We are ultimately 8, HU man. Um, 3 3, THREE, THREE. Tree tree, 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 right? So if you write those down, you'll be able to see maybe there's an instruction being told there. Well, ultimately, if you read it, it tells you that
Hmm.
TRUTH. So I'm making the equivalence between the TH and the T. And TRUTH is truth.
Hmm.
Um, well, who speaks the truth? Would we recognize somebody who spoke the truth? Good question as well. You're expecting the return of the Savior. What truth will he? What truth will he or she or whoever, whatever, will they be able to transmit that we will be able to accept it into our hearts? Will we be deceived until the very end?
Hmm.
Mind of
But
that?
Pete, I got sorry to interrupt, but you might agree with this. Do you agree that the only person that can dictate the truth is the one who's governing the lies, and that's the
Well,
Most High. That's the Creator. He's behind
so
us.
you're just after admitting in a sense that God, and I agree with that as well, that God governs the devil. The
Yeah,
devil only acts upon
absolutely.
instruction.
I teach that regularly. Yeah, he's the devil is a term, is a label for God's deceptive branch. Whatever you, however you want to think about that. That's what it is. And then Jesus is the representation of his righteous branch. So
So how does that relate to us then? I mean, well, in a sense, is God and the devil within? And we have to find directionality.
Yeah, I think and I've done a video on this which was extra biblical. I think this is a process of filtering out the left-hand side. Like even if you think about it in terms of filters, like in electrical engineering, we do have an element of both. But God is using this time to essentially shake off the left.
But why
And
the
so
left? Why do you think the left-hand side? Why, as opposed to the right? Now, I've talked about this, not as much as I should have.
mhm.
Definitely thought about it more. Righteous, right? So we have the righteous versus the sinister. The left is the sinister side. So we have sin and left automatically associated. When we look at the word itself, left, it begins with the L, right?
Yeah.
It begins with the L. So why do you think the left? Because again, I say all of the greater script, it applies to us personally. It's our story being told here.
Hmm.
So what's the distinction between the left and the right? I would ask
I
within
think
ourselves, and also
Mhm.
within. Because let me just say this. So also within the male female divide that I sort of incorporate within my thinking, I say
Yeah.
the woman is the left side and the male is the right side. But why do you think the left is signified?
I think maybe language that you will understand. To me, the way I view the left hand side, it's they still, even like in these debates with the ballers, they tell us the truth, but they leave things out. So it's like left is like left out. So it's like incomplete. That's why in the chat I was writing 6 is like incomplete. 7 is a complete number for God's right hand side, and so that's where I think the symbolism could come in, where God talks about his left hand side. It's that they're all going to have truth. They all have to have some amount of truth, but there's going to be holes. They're going to leave things out. It's going to be left out. And so the right hand side is a complete, whatever you want to call it, a complete purpose, a complete pursuit, um, a complete understanding of why we were made, and that kind of thing. And we care about that, even if we don't know that fully. The left hand side, they don't they don't want us to think like that. That's their role in all of this. But a lot of us, that's all we think about now.
Well, well, so you know that the left brain controls the right hand side of our
I've heard
body,
that. Yeah.
and the right brain controls the left hand side of our body.
Yeah.
Now, if female counterpart is sort of the reverse aspect, I say as males, we are right brain orientated, which is the more sort of ethereal aspect, the thought, immaterial focus on existence, right? Whereas
Hmm.
the left brain, then, or to be left brain centered, would be to be more materially bound. And I think
Hmm.
it's a literal, and it sort of transfers into a physiological um, aspect, vital aspect of our being.
Hmm.
This fundamental divide. So the left representing the material, and the right the righteous. If you look at the capital letter R,
Hmm.
in terms of how it is composed in relation to, say, the L, you have a lower aspect, a lower leaning to the L, and everything revolves around the E as well.
Hmm.
We talk about the whole E. Oh, see, this is getting a bit deeper into it, but again, just from my own thoughts. But when we talk about the whole E spirit, if we are in this divided state, first of all, male from female, and then secondly, from self from self, in this spiraling fashion, well,
Hmm.
what does E represent in relation to the greater? Well, what would be the reunification? I think. Well, actually, let me tell you this. When you say the whole E spirit, if you imagine the two E's together, right? So
Yeah,
we
I've,
have
I've heard you go through that. It makes
yeah,
help. Yeah.
and we spirit upwards. So if you bring the immaterial to the heart center, and you bring the immaterial at the top to the heart center, and the
Yeah.
material at the bottom up to the heart, then you get the letter H. And God is referenced as He in the Bible.
Yeah.
I think every letter, it's not about gender. It's more than that. God transcends gender. It's
Correct.
telling us this greater sort of decomposition, I guess, or greater fall, and the component aspects. I think this is why the Trinity as well, and the 13 is so important to the Masons, the one and the three. We
Yes.
are one within the body. but we are three divided aspects, and there's no denying that, Chirag. Here, I can bring in a statue here. I can bring out my computer to a statue where Jesus is pointing. And actually, let me do that. Let me do that because I can. Hopefully, the computer doesn't go off now. There's a statue, and look where Jesus is pointing. Look.
You don't believe that he actually physically hung on the cross, Pete? You think that's like part of the story?
But can you see where he's pointing with the? Hang on. And the computer screen keeps flashing black now, so I just hope it doesn't go off.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's pointing to the Sacred Heart, right, which is locked in chains.
Yeah.
I mentioned before, it's amazing. I mean, this statue has been in the family home for years. My father actually painted it in all its intricacies. But I mentioned before, from the nose up, it's the spitting image of my son's mom, Sarah. But as you look here, you can see Jesus is pointing to his heart because that is the central, pivotal sort of repair ground. When Jesus died on the cross, well, how? First of all, and of course, he was resurrected. He was resurrected.
Yeah.
Right? You die on the cross at the center, and then you rise up. So if we think of the body as the basic superstructure divided into its component parts, well, I'm sorry if my screen keeps flashing and it's frustrating, and I hope my thing doesn't go off. Okay, when we think of this great, and again, it's only coming to flat Earth and beyond, this coming away from materialism, that this divided aspect of us, of man, comes into bear. Yeah. So we have to get away from the material. This is why the material is the devil's realm. And funny enough, Chirag, this is why, according to the Bible story, Jesus fasted for 40 days, and then he was tempted by the devil. The devil offered him all the material world, brought him up to the highest mountain. Well, once you forego the material, if you're strong enough of will to understand, first of all, the Father is always in play, right? In the name of the Father, right? Why do you point here? In the name of the Father, the Son, whole E, Spirit, right? So you're bringing it upwards all the time. When you bring with the letter H, right? When you bring the two divided aspects together and you raise the crossbar, you get a capital letter T. This is why TH is the S tone. It's the philosopher's S tone, the TH. And I think, you have to follow a certain pathway, coming to recognize our greater, our divided aspects. I guess within this greater, I'm going to laugh or snicker, but as the story goes, we're mavericks, right? Flat earthers. Pretty much we're
renegades. Yeah,
exactly. We've we're bringing back what has been left behind. And of course, what don't you find in science? And that's religion. So God is negated. God is, well, not quite though, but it's not really though. It's not at all, actually. It's not at all.
But that whole narrative, I think it's sort of like not to that level was playing out with us. Like we were coming into the truth. We found out everything's a lie. We asked the Creator, why have you forsaken us? We die to our physical, and then we're reborn. That's why I believe that we're born again. I believe all those things are playing out.
Well, if you really believe that, then make it so, man. Make it so. And we're coming up to Easter Sunday, which is the fourth day of the fourth month, 4/4.
That's an important number. That's a righteous number. Yeah,
absolutely. But 4/4 and 4/4 is 88. Right. 88. Back to the Future. 88 years from 2021 is 1933. April 1st, 1933, the beginning of World War II. Has World War ended? Is it end? Is this how it's all scripted? And do we come to find out? Maybe, I don't think we can handle the mind of the ultimate God, the forefather, I believe it's called as well. And that's only because after I got Gospel of Thomas, now I remember one of the particular sayings in I won't bring it up now, one of the particular sayings was, "What should we do when you go, Master?" The disciples were asking Jesus, and he said, "Wherever you go, seek out James the righteous. It was for his sake that heaven and earth were brought into being."
Hmm.
Very, very cryptic thing. So it's only after that I found the secret book of James. I reckon
Yeah.
now, Gospel of Thomas is not the final, but secret book of James now is. Well,
But
I
Pete, the
think.
Bible gives us clues. The Bible says there's only 144,000 non-actors on this earth.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says. So
Shit.
that shows how very few people are real people. So
How many countries are on this earth? I think there's like a
yeah,
hundred.
exactly. There's not many of them.
I think there's two. Let's say there's 200 countries on earth.
Yeah. So
Fucking.
yeah, you can do the math. I mean, there's not
Although
many.
in
It's
fairness,
1,000 people a country. 750 people.
well, listen, I have to say, in fairness, on the record, if I'm one of the 144,000 chosen in Ireland here, and let's say my son isn't, well, I can't even make that choice for him. Pick him; he can go instead of me. I can't even do that. Can I? That wouldn't be my right to do that.
Hmm.
But I say, let's take everyone along, and I have lots of things to think about or to say about 144,000, and it's pretty significant as well. See, I don't prepare anything. So when I'm talking to you like this, that's why I think it'd be great if I talk regularly to people because I get to air more of my thoughts. But
Yeah, it's good.
144,000 is 12:12 on the clock, right? 12:12. How many times are we sort of reminded that we're 1 minute to midnight or something?
Yeah.
That it's ticking down. TT at the very top. So T, I just talked about when you put the capital HU man, when you bring the two divided. This is what 9/11 was about, Chirac.
Hmm.
Two twin pillars, right, in the material heart of the Big Apple, New York.
Hmm.
Uh, they were unbirthed, and in their place, then a united whole. Well, when we bring the capital H, and there was even a pillar between. Was there a pillar between the two twin
I'm not
towers?
sure, but 9/11's in the Bible. Pete, do you know the verse Revelation 9:11? Are you familiar with that?
Go on, remind me again.
I'll read it if you want. That verse.
Yeah, go away.
It's kind of what you're getting at. Two become one. That's kind of what you're saying, right? So Revelation 9:11, and they had a king over them, one king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue his name is Apollyon. So that to me is a symbolic, you know, basically like just symbolic, of now a one world government, taking place. So.
Oh man, I now you're bringing me back 3 years. You bring me back 3 years. I reckon with bottomless pit reference.
And Pete, 9/11, 9 times 11 is 99. You rotate that, you get 66. So you probably already know all this, but that's there. There's the Bible has so much numerology. You could study it for many lifetimes.
Well, it's coming to understand as well what actually six represents. What does six represent in relation to the nine, for instance? And this is where, so you were talking about the bottomless pit. I talked about Aristarchus being the bottomless pit. The sky is reflected sky. We live on the surface of the divided tree of life. This is what is stressed everywhere, the divided state. When we come, flat earth was handed to us on a plate, right? The mind of God. You're
Yeah,
not denying.
it was. Yeah,
Of course, it's all scripted out. So we
perfect
are doing
time.
the best we can hope to do as individuals, as honest individuals. And I'm not even speaking for myself there. I'm definitely not speaking for anyone else. But can I describe myself as I try to be honest in every way I can.
Yeah,
We all can try harder, I guess. To what extent can you go to try harder, though? But I do try to be honest. I try not to lie. I can't remember the last time I lied, and that's even in regards to the court. I haven't told you what happened in relation to what I said on the record, and I actually made sure to say to the judge, "Is this on and for the record?" I said the legal name fraud is exposed. All contracts are null and void. I don't know what sort of difference that will make in any way, but I do try to be honest at all times. But where are I would say at all times is for fuck's sake. I mean, who am I talking to? I try at all times. I mean, but especially when I'm with other people, I don't lie. I don't,
yeah,
I give be my honest self as much as I can.
that's
But
good.
I don't. Well, it's not, but I don't. I don't know where. See, the thing is, I don't know where I'm coming from, and I don't know where anyone else is at as well. And in these times, especially, um, well, we're more isolated than ever, first of all, and
Yeah, we
especially
are.
more people have more time to spend at home. They've been open and maybe researching a bit more. And now is high time for conspiracy research, right? So where does that leave the individual and especially what am I trying to say in relation to what how you can relate to others? Let me put it this way. I've thought more and more, and even up to and including today, and even now, that the more we go on here, the more we're on our own in our thinking,
100%.
especially because it's already pre-scripted. The end is already settled. The only variable here is, well, how quickly you, the mind of God, or me, Piche, the mind of God, comes to, well, the greater reckoning, the greater.
Pete, sorry to interrupt, but you know why I visualize this? Like a towel and you're squeezing it, and you're getting that last bit of fluid. That's what I believe this time is. It's that last squeezing all that other stuff, quote unquote spiritually for us people maybe who are into deeper
But
truths.
we're after agreeing that the whole of the flat earth arena, all of the big names are compromised. So they're well gone out with an early squeeze of the
I don't
tail.
think they're compromised. They know their role, man. They're not they didn't change their mind. They weren't genuine and then became compromised. They're already reading from a script from their childhood.
Well, so what's the challenge for us then?
I don't know. I think like we people like us, I guess
I
we
claim to
look.
be honest. Are you going to claim before the internet god that your honest endeavor?
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean,
So
I would say I'm very aware of the fact that what I teach is incorrect, but I would say it's very likely to be true at this point.
well, that'll do. That's all it takes, man. If your heart is honest, even if we're misguided, I reckon you can't
That's
ask for.
conspiracy cats. He had the gall to take my name in a chat and be like, "Oh, T Mog means 66," and I'm like, "Hey, dude, I regularly say I could be wrong. How come you don't? This is conspiracy cats, baldy cats or whatever." I'm like,
Yeah,
how come you never admit that you could be wrong? And like that kind of thing. So that's the difference. Quote unquote real people, actual normal people, they'll admit that they could be wrong. And then they'll go quote off script, and you don't get that very much. That's what I've
but
noticed.
but hang on. You talked about so these people are in it in some other way, but you talked about the squeezing towel, and I
Yeah.
guess there's a let me show you the chalice. This is my own chalice here, but there's a chalice collecting 144,000 drops. What do you do as a drop to make it into the chalice? Well, you know what I mean. What do you do?
I think we're trying to get rid of that. So like we're trying to all that the drops represent the lies. So we're squeezing the last bit out, and then we got to get comfortable with not having any. And it's for me personally, it's uncomfortable because I'm so used to lying throughout my whole life. I've lied everywhere. My family's Hindu. We've lied in school. We've lied in corporate world. You lie everywhere. And so now it's weird for me because I'm like, it's almost gone. And it's like I have to get used to this now. And it's strange because now when you don't want to lie, like you're saying, no one's going to be around because this world is so used to lies. They need the lies almost, some people. Like Rumpus needs the earth to be a ball for him to be an atheist.
Yeah, but he's not. He knows the earth is flat, and
I
he
agree.
knows there's a
I
God in
agree.
play.
I agree. The way we would look at that from an earthly perspective
Yeah,
is
but
like
so is he one of the 144,000 mind of God? That's what it is.
I could
We
almost
already,
guarantee
we
that's
already
not the case.
purchased 144,000.
Definitely Rumpus is not. Yeah, pretty sure of that. So
No, what? No, 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 no. I've spoken to Rumpus more than you have, more than anyone has. I would think over the years. No, no. Is he a good man? I think he's participating in a noble lie. He has to be. So what I'm saying is, well, based on your analogy, the towel has been squeezed, and Well, what, 144 drops are being saved? Are you saying the towel is being saved, the dryer towel, and there's 144 droplets, 144,000?
No, that was just an analogy for the times that we live in now, because I think you and I know that the lies are so ridiculous. A lot of people know that. That's why these truther channels are getting lit up, and I think that that's good, because the lies are so like Corona's so ridiculous. Like it's so ridiculous. Like I don't even know what to say. Like even Dell earlier on Behind the Imaginary Curve, who's not kind of spiritual, but he's going into stuff, because he's like, dude, all this stuff is so dumb. Like, what do we make of this kind of thing? And so for me, the way
He's an
I
actor. You know, Dell is an actor from the outside.
yeah, but I'm just saying even the actors are starting to become philosophers now. It's like, and I'm
Well,
not saying that's
well,
wrong.
I've made the order. I've made the order that all actors have to reveal themselves. That's coming from the King of Era, and I shouted that. I shouted that from
Yeah, they do. You're
the
right.
King of Era, from the prison cell I was blocked behind.
Yeah.
The whole note up there.
Yeah, you're right about that. And so, I think that the thing that's unique about this, whatever you want to call them, whether you think it's 144,000, there's likely more. I was just kind of saying that to be a bit extreme, but those people are the non-actors now. They don't reveal themselves as actors anymore. They're very aware that they're real people, and they're free now because we've been removed from the lies, the big ones, the obvious ones. And then so that's where we're at. And I think that
Right.
it's it's a
Well.
gift.
Here's the rub. Here's the rub. Mind of God. How I don't distinguish myself. I don't distinguish myself in any way from anybody. I'm a humble man, but I do make a separation between, in this arena, me and I'm not talking about pretty much anyone I've met, but I'm talking about any of the main characters. If they're let in on greater secrets, they've been let in on them. They've joined some sort of club, some sort of affiliation center, and been let in on the truth, as far as I can garner. I can only speak for myself. And then I've come to find I have no affiliations with anybody. And I understand that there's nothing new under the Creator. All our knowledge, or the very basis, the very center of our ability to coagulate and garner thoughts, right, and put them together, piece them together. I talked about memory and thought at a different time. I could probably do it expanding upon loads of things. Memory and thought.
Mhm.
Odin, equivalent to God, had two ravens, one on either shoulder. One was Muin and one was Thuin. One represented memory, one represented thought. As it
Mhm.
applies to us, without one, the other is no good. But I can say that any of the stuff that I've come to, and the pathway I've come along, it's been outside of the standard way of learning, ways of learning, just many different influences, putting pieces together. Yeah, I've had no affiliations. So when you let me clarify as well, when you talk about or you give the analogy of the towel squeezing, are you saying
Yeah.
that the 44,000 drops, if you want, you can equate us souls to a drop, are retained within the towel, or
No,
or
no, no, no. That's not what I meant. Sorry. I just meant like the way I was the analogy was that it's like squeezing the last bit out, because the quote unquote, you know, the cranking, the turning is so kind of aggressive, I would say. And then to me, that cranking represents the lies. And so it's that kind of thing. So that's what I was trying to say, is that there's all these maybe residual small amounts of lies that exist within us, and then this time is to like get rid of those, because the lies are so extreme.
Well, if we take the towel as the clean whole, actually, funny enough, the towel is mentioned as a necessity in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think I asked you before, did you read that? But if you haven't, it's never too late. But yeah, if we take the towel as the cleansed whole, right, the 144,000 drops would equate to the souls as they cling to the clean towel, as opposed to those washed down the drain, all of the wastewater, right? But if Dell is talking about that, I haven't tuned into Dell in ages. They don't like, of all the channels I went down, Dell doesn't like Aristarchus. Nathan Oakley doesn't like Aristarchus. Ranty doesn't like Aristarchus.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent doesn't like Aristarchus. Antonio Subratz doesn't like Aristarchus. You don't like Aristarchus, mind of God. And it's most peculiar, but it's not at the same time. Forgetting about you, but the rest of them, most peculiar because,
Mm-hmm.
okay, we all know the earth is flat. That's why it
Yeah.
became a flat Earth all those years ago. You know the Earth is flat. So you're
Yeah.
just giving the reasons why the Earth is flat, and you're going to stick to that. But what about what actually is? And well, this is what they don't generally talk about. But at the same time, if we see beyond the surface, even Dell's, you know Dell's imaginary curves logo or avatar,
Hmm.
spiraling.
Yeah. There's symbolism everywhere, man. Like in all
He's
these.
spiraling. He knows, man.
Yeah.
He knows. It's spiraling. Well, listen, it's not about it's pertaining to a reality.
Yeah.
For me, there's a giant whirlpool at the north, mind of God. This is what's happening. There's a giant world. Aristarchus core is located. We live on the surface of the cut tree of life, fractal reality, where the immaterial God expresses into the material. Best way I can put it. You
The
know,
what I was told, I would say from God is that there's 22 encoded in the flat Earth. So you'll notice a lot of the characters have 22 in their name. Chris Zelinsky, KZ, is 22. Bennett Stevens, 22. BT is 22. And I did a video on this. All the characters, a lot of them in the flat Earth are 22. Taboo Conspiracy even is like, well, he's 2-3. That's 33. But 22, and then Isaiah 40:22 in the Bible. That's the flat Earth reference. So I've seen that. That's what the Most High is encoded. The quote characters.
two is dodo, man.
Yeah, but
Two is
22 is the
dodo.
number that you see, and I made a list of all the people I've come across that have 22 in their name that are
Well,
flat earthers.
that's divided state, the divided state of us. I think it's primarily, I remember I mentioned earlier on, what takes a hierarchy. I came to the conclusion it's us, our great immaterial nature, and especially our divided nature, as we, are here now in this reality, is expressed through the earth. So the
Hmm.
earth itself reflects our greater divided state, and well, that's where two comes into it. Two fives is 10. You know the significance of 10, and well, what do you're talking about? All these numbers. What gematria system do you use?
No, I'm just going by their initials, and then I use T as 2, and then I use K as 11. So just strictly the in the alphabet, like K is the 11th letter. T is, for me, is just 2, and then B is 2 because it's the second letter in the alphabet. So it's
Mm-hmm.
simple. It's just based on their initials. So nothing. And then Revelation has 22 chapters, and all of that is on the earth. But there's multiple verses in the Bible that reference flat earth, and they have the 22 in it.
Ah,
Yeah.
hey man, two is BB, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
Abba. Remember Abba?
Brandon Toy,
BB is?
Brandon Toy, right? BT. B is 2, T is 2. That's 22. Taboo Conspiracy 2, his old channel, 22.
Yeah.
So they're
Have you been visiting Brandon Toy or Ranty Channel?
I went like recently, but it's just the same old rumpus with his diagrams. It's getting kind of boring. I have to be really bored. That's why these conversations with you, I seek them out. I think they're just more spiritual. They're more interesting now that stuff's settled, man. We know they're liars. We know they're liars in the flat earth. So of course they're liars in the ball earth. So there's nothing there to talk about. So it's
Yeah.
just stupid. It's the same characters over and over again. And like again, I'll go there because I'm bored, but we got to move. We got to move beyond that
But
kind
I
of stuff.
mean, yeah, I guess this is all a trap. This is the internet in a sense. I mean, who are your real friends? And yeah, what conclusions do you come to? These people on the surface seemingly are truthers. They're out for the greater good, the greater awareness, greater awakening, but yet they have so many limitations. And here's the worst part of it: if you come in sort of stressing that other things need to be talked about, there's other things of priority beyond flat Earth. Well, you'll be put down, you'll be ostracized then, and that's what happened to me as well. Ranty just turned on me, and I reckon it's
Hmm.
okay. I've just been talking about too many sensitive things that are beyond his.
Yeah,
Uh,
they don't like that. They don't like that. I mean, you don't have to say that much to get kicked from a flat Earth channel now. It's really weird. Like obviously Jose, you can't talk about anything, so that's obvious. But
they're still going. I don't even tune in anymore.
yeah,
You know,
oh, that's low vibration. It's bad, man.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, look, then again, maybe it's, for the people who are entering at a lower level, if you want, and they'll come across all and they'll realize it, and maybe realize it at an accelerated rate. They'll see through the actors.
Pete, here's what I think. You know Bob Nodell, right? It's BK. That's 2 is B and K is 11. That's 22. So I believe the low level people are 22-degree Masons, and then the high people like Mark Sargent, 23. He has 2-3 in his email. They're the 30. They're the higher Masons. So what they want to call it Masons or whatever, I believe that's the hierarchy, in this. And so I believe flat Earth is run by 22nd and 33-degree Masons. So that's just
Bob
point.
is B-O-B. We have the 2 B's as well. But in the Bible, the word Bible, B-I-B, baby, B-A-B.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, this divided state is constantly referenced and recognized. I remember I mentioned the 423-year-old Earth coming up on April 1st, Fool's Day or Dodo's Day.
Yeah.
423. We have 23 chromosome pairs. 23 and 23 within one, and then within the other 23 and 23. I say, Chirag, honest to God, I say this is all about unity, division, reunification. We've entered this experience in division with the purpose of piecing the pieces together, following the clues. So I don't take any of these people personally anymore. And I say, I like to think anyway, that they're playing the noble. Remember, they're either treacherous beyond measure. Imagine Mark Sargent coming. Just imagine the scenario. Mark Sargent being just quicker than the average bear, realizing there was a potential to make money in deception from the arena.
No, I'm pretty sure he works for the government.
And I'm pretty sure. I don't sense this intrinsic sort of evil about them. It takes a certain character to do that sort of thing. But yet I know that they're all actors, and I know that they all wanted me to know that they were actors as well.
Yeah.
So
look at in the chat, Bob Nodell's gyroscope. I think you're reading way too much into the letters. These people don't want us to put the clues together. That's their job. That's why the people in Flat Earth, their job is to bring some truth out, but to also make it ridiculous. They don't want you to think too deep. That's their role. I think a few of us, we move beyond that. We want to talk about the spiritual, the creator and all that.
Well, it's a good point, right? I've been often asked how does any of the stuff that you talk about work in other languages? And the first thing I ask is, well, what other languages do you know? And then the next thing I would go to is, when we think in terms of Masonic influence, right? You don't need to speak any specific language in any specific lodge throughout the earth. If you were, as I imagine it, I'm not a member of any, but as I imagine it, if you have greater understanding in terms of the pictorial references, you can speak the greater language. You know what I mean? So words are sort of, they're a derivative, because we do think in pictures as well. So words are a sort of derivative. The story is already written, and the words are crafted around the greater story. So I'd reject that, Bob Noel's gyroscope, and I think you'd reject it as well, whoever you are.
For sure.
Whoever you are. Bob, you should have got Bob Noel's. What do you call the people who focus around the women's fannies or vaginas? What do you call them?
Gynecologist. Yeah.
Funny enough, there is a transgender sort of suspicion about both Bob and his wife, Cami.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
How do you spell Cami? Is it a C or a K? Do you know?
It's C.
Okay, so she's 33. So she's CK, so 33. So that's interesting. So
no, they're definitely part of it as well. And
of course.
Of speciality. Look at her area. She's big into minerals.
Yeah.
And sort of origins of precious stones, etc., as far as I know. And they've had a lot to offer. They're actors, they're chief clue givers. The bigger the personality, the greater the clues that they have to offer. That's all there is to it.
You say this all the time. There's no reason for us to even talk about the flat earth if a person genuinely thinks that the earth is stationary. So our strongest argument, they made the weakest, Bob Nodell, with that gyro nonsense. So his job is to actually discredit flat earth by making it something.
Well, no, hang on though. But remember, we're after giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're playing. They're not evil-hearted.
I think he is.
They're clue givers. So What does Bob's nodal gyroscope tell us about the true nature of Earth? And Chirag, I've said it before. If we accept that we're on a flat and stationary Earth's surface, as we look at the sky, whatever the sky is, I think this is the big psyop as well to separate the sky from the Earth. It's all part of Earth, what's going
Hmm.
on. But anyway, as we look at the sky, everything appears to move in unison in rotational fashion on a daily, nightly basis. One of the very earliest considerations should have been, well, a singular earthbound source. Mark Sargent talked about his planetarium or his snow globe, right?
Hmm.
Oh, man, it's fucking, they know it. That's why I feel fucking stupid.
Oh,
That's
I
why I
see
don't
your point.
feel
I see what your
inspired to
point.
do any videos because I know the truth is already known and it's long since known. It's known from the outset, you know. What I might
Hmm.
have added to things is, well, Earthwide, as far as I'm aware, no one else is talking along the same lines as I have. But to bring in the significance of the dodo and, well, naming this earthbound source to all skylights, it generates the barrier. We live on the surface of it as Aristarchus. I can only say that that's the way it's been named. So I've just been following the clues, like crossword clues, like Mark Sargent, like Simon. We talk about 9/11, Simon Shack, and his September clues saw 9/11. It's all scripted, man. So far, a game
Yeah,
of clues.
we're definitely in a movie. I think you and I know that for sure. Absolutely, without a doubt. Like people are reading from their script, and it's you can almost guess what they're about to say before they even say it at this
Well,
point.
let me say to you what I think. So here's the crux of matters. Are we entering a different level of deception? I think the truth will come out, and maybe even the whole truth will come out.
Yeah.
But but this is what I'm talking about. This is just the whole truth within this sort of confine. There could be greater levels of truth. But one of the things I think it's been made aware anyway. Just when I think about it, well, I see. I won't get talking too much about Aristarchus now. But what I think ultimately is happening is tree of life is cut. Right. We
Hmm.
it's intact the other side. It's all a construct. First of all, we are immaterial, ventured into material reality for the purposes of just learning, experiencing division, or maybe we were forced here as well. But anyway, as the story goes, we're on the divided surface, the stump surface of the cut tree of life. This side, the other side is intact.
Okay.
This is to get to the north center, where it emanates from the north center, the core. This generates the barrier. I think there's a couple of barriers: an inner barrier, an outer barrier. It withholds the saline waters beyond, and it also moves in a threefold fashion. It moves up and down, which gives a spring and fall, right? In and out, which I think gives us the moon phases, right? And then round and around, just on a
Hmm.
continuous basis.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the greater story. So because it was divided, and again because it was on a construct, right? And that repair was always set. So now this is what the chemtrails were about and everything. This is what the green sky is about now. The barrier was always meant to be re-inflated somewhat,
Hmm.
re-aired somewhat. So as these energies were, like you're blowing into. You ever see one of those balloon artists when they're re-inflating a balloon to put a straw in and blow into it, so re-inflating it. So I think this is what the chemtrails are about. This is what the directed energy weapons are about. Judy Wood, it connects everything.
Hmm.
Judy Wood talked about directed energy weapons from the sky downwards to destroy the buildings. But what if it was everything's inverted and the directed energy weapons were going upwards from the steel structure towers, like the memorials on 9/11 with the blue laser beams, right? To all around the world, all around the earth, I should say, a flat surface, to reinflate the barrier, to alleviate the ether, and, well, to generate a new era, a new pre-scripted era. Now, is it going to be a truthful era? Ultimate, I can't stand. I said this before. Let me just say, I know I can talk as well. Chirag,
Hmm.
apologies for that.
No,
But I
that's
said
fine.
before, if I come to find out that it's not the whole truth, I think there's greater truths to be had. I think this is the purpose of the Bible, the Gospels, right? Then the Gospel of Thomas, then the secret book of James. etc. And is there another book after that? I'll possibly say there is, but
I would read the Apocrypha if you have time, Pete. I believe that's canonical. Sorry to interrupt.
right. I mean, yeah. And look. I think that's a fucking fantastic find as well. The Apocrypha of Saint Paul. So I believe Saint Paul didn't exist, right? But again, clues, series of clues for us. But at one point in the Apocrypha of Saint Paul, it's too much to go into, like, but he's in heaven and he's talking to an angel, and he's going, "What's that tree over there?" And he's talking about what the tree is, and it turns out that this is the tree after God made everything. This is the tree that God decided to reside upon.
Mm.
And well, for me, once again, all roads lead to Aristarchus, but it turns out that Saint Paul had a loyal servant
Mm.
without whom the book, the Apocrypha, the secret book of St. Paul, could never have been published. And the loyal servant was, well, named Aristarchus. Would you believe that? Would you
Mm.
believe that? Paul was from Tarsus, right? So Paul was from Tarsus. Aristarchus is an anagram of Tarsus and Sirach. So Sirach, as you may know, is another book in the
Yeah,
Bible.
it is. Yeah,
If you look at the book of Sirach,
that's in the Apocrypha. That's what I was mentioning.
its chief was is I think Sirach is in the main Bible, but
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm
Yeah,
sure that I actually
it's in the Apocrypha, but I read the Apocrypha as if it's canonical. So to me, it is. I believe it's also
never.
called Ecclesiasticus, but let me look it up.
Okay, maybe there's a distinction between Catholic Bibles and other
Yeah,
Bibles.
it could be.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah,
but
exactly.
anyway, Book of Sirach is definitely in the main Bible. It has to be, right? But anyway, the main narrator is none other than, well, a character called Jesus. Jesus, right? So all of these things. Aristarchus is an anagram of Christ's aura as well, of Christ's or Aura,
Hmm.
Christ's golden son. So anyway, that's a different story. It's not even relevant. But the point that it, how would you put it? It's all a fucking game of clues. That's all I can say. It's like a treasure hunt. Can you think
Yeah,
of anything?
that's the way I view it now. Yep.
Yeah, but imagine it's a treasure hunt with many different steps.
Yep.
So even if we were like just a short way into it, trying to tell someone at step two where you're at step let's say 32, 30, let's say 33, tell them what they're going to encounter at step even 5 or 6, they're not going to be able to appreciate that.
Yeah.
After a certain point, you just have to go, well, okay. And I'm not saying that anything I'm saying now is the whole truth or nothing but the truth. But I'm saying these are just different connections. And, well, I didn't make the connections myself. They're written that way. That's why Aristarchus of Samos is credited as being the originator, the father of heliocentrism. The man
Hmm.
didn't exist. Ancient Greece didn't exist. It didn't. So it's scripted in a certain way, but without a greater context, that
Yeah.
would have significance, but not greater meaning. So where the greater meaning connects, when we come to flat Earth, what are these skylights? What are
Yeah.
they? You know, and well, what's our nearest neighbor? Remember, actually, let me say this as well. Outside of the moon, everything else is a wandering star. Everything else is a star.
Yeah.
The moon itself is the exception. And it's described as the most mysterious object in our universe by modern science, mainstream science, because they know so little about it and it's so close.
Right.
Well, if that's more just scripting, well, they decided to name the most mysterious crater on the most mysterious object in our universe, the moon, as crater Aristarchus. So, noting that significance or that, as a flat earther, that's fair enough as well. It's, especially when if you connect it with Aristarchus of Samos. But
But Pete, what is your logic for why this awakening is happening to flat Earth? What would be the how would you summarize that
it's all scripted that
timing?
way.
That timing. But why now? That's what I'm wondering. And why us?
That's the way it is. That's the way it is. That's always been the way. And you talked about the possibility of us being here many times.
I'm pretty sure that that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, I think time is illusion. It's all illusion. It's all happening within the mind in a sense.
Here's what I would agree with your statement that the only real people have only existed recently. So all those people in history were actors, like the world wars and all that. I don't think they're real people trying to genuinely seek truth. So I don't know if that's what you're saying when you say that history is only on the order of 400 years, but and it's not to be arrogant, it's just that we look around and the truths are so obvious to us. Well, all the people in the past, they've been laying the foundation of the lies, so how can they be real people? So the only real people that have existed recently are in recent history, 100 years, 200 years, something like that.
Well, once again, when we use terms like the past, you have a certain attachment to it. And how far can you go back before you'll stop vouching for time? I think at the very least you can go back to your own experiences to a very early age. Everything that's happened to you after that, even if you can't remember some of it, under certain conditions you'll be able to remember, but it's happened to you. You can vouch for that specifically.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to outside of your time, how far can you go back? And this is where it comes to be a matter of trust, right? If you're a gospel literalist, well, then you trust that the literal Jesus existed.
Yes.
And why do you trust that? You probably can't explain it. You can't justify. You definitely couldn't justify that in terms of a skeptical mind, a hyper skeptical mind.
Well, I believe I was there in that time period.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh there, but what I mean, what were you doing?
Well, I don't know, but I would assume that my affinity towards the spiritual rendition of Christ now would have been matched by a desire to be close to him physically. So I would assume I would be listening to him. I would leave my family and go listen to him wherever I was. Let's say I was in India, I don't know, wherever like my people were. I would leave them.
Well, let me ask you a question then. And Jesus has made me cry many times, but what's the most profound thing that Jesus said that is, if you were there, you would have just fallen to pieces? I'm talking about from your particular point of view now.
I think it's when he says he's the only way to the Father. I believe that that's literal, that he literally is going to take people to the Father because we don't know how to get there because he's in a place, the mind of God. It's some dimension. So that's the most profound thing I think that I've received recently, and probably, yeah.
Quote him. Quote Jesus. What does he say? The only way to the Father is.
I'll read it. Yeah. It's the "I am the way, the truth, and the life" verse, but I'll read the whole thing just for the audience.
Please do, yeah. Please do, yeah.
There's probably good numerology in this as well. John 14:6. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. So I take that in a literal sense, where Jesus literally is going to take people to the Father. And so the only way to do that is if you have life and is if you have the truth.
Well, very short sentiment. Maybe we should break it down a little bit more. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one can come to the Father except through me.
No man cometh unto the Father. Yeah.
Father except through the Son, me.
Right.
What does it mean to be the way?
I believe it's literal. He literally is the way because he has to take people to the Father. Because he knows where the Father is. Because he's one with the Father. He has access to the Father. He can go into the presence of God and leave it, come here, or do the things that he needs to do. So he's the intermediary. So that's where the Bible literalists, who other people like people who name themselves Bible literalists, they're not actually Bible literalists. They'll read that and say it's whatever, it's symbolic. No, he's the way. You got to follow the way, and do what he, and like take his sacrifice and all that. I'm one of the only Bible literalists. I'm not saying this to brag, but everything in the Bible I take literally, unless it's just obviously talking about like a dragon or like something, or something like that. But when I read that, I believe that that's literal. And then the only people that will want that are people that are free. And the only people that are free are the people that have truth. And then Christ set them free with the truth. So now they know the way. And then that's the only way to life because the Creator gives life. And so That's an amazing thing.
Life is pretty shitty, though.
Yeah, that's why he's waiting for us to ask him to take us to the Father. That's the time I believe we're in now. John 14:6.
Well, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Shirag. Read a little extended passage. Maybe actually, John. Read John. Oh, I have some. Oh, so there's some very moving passages at the end of John, especially Jesus as he's preparing for his intimate betrayal, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is another very interesting book, the Gospel of Judas. Have you read that or come across
No, I'm not familiar with that.
that? Okay, well, I mean, what are we to make of all of these things? I say it's another clue along the path. And I think in one way, it's obvious that everything is sort of referencing and justifying everything else. So, for instance, the secret book of James
Yeah.
justified that there was actually a living Jesus and the 12 disciples were, following truth. And so I think it's very interesting. So once we lose the literal interpretation, then, well, the idea being that Judas is supposed to be the betrayer, and of course there we have the J as well with Judas with Jesus.
Yeah.
As opposed to being the betrayer, he was the entrusted one, because of course Jesus was put here to fulfill a destiny,
Yeah.
a sort of path, and if everything was prescripted, but then it would take a very I guess the most loyal, the most loving of friends to do that, wouldn't it? In a sense, wouldn't
Well,
it?
we're the closest to Christ's narrative right now, Pete, because he knew he was in a movie. Because when he was being crucified, they said, I have the power to set you free. And he says, you don't, because the Most High ordained this. So he knew that he was in a movie. This is why our existence in this generation is so very parallel to his. Obviously, not the extent of the suffering, but we know we're in a movie now. And we're crying out to the Father saying, why have you forsaken me? You know, and all that stuff. So I'm assuming he knew like that he was in a movie and
Well,
he had to go through it.
are we in the movie The Last Temptations of Christ? Don't answer that. Let me go to the toilet and please read another passage from John. One of your choice, and I'll be back for it.
Yep. I'll just read all of John 14. I'll read in the ESV. Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and will take you to myself, that where I am, you may be also. So he's letting people know this is salvation. And you know the way to where I am going. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. And if you had known me, you would have known my Father also. From now on, you do know him and you have seen him. Verse 8, Philip said to him, Lord, show us the Father, and it is enough for us. Jesus said to him, Have I been with you long enough? Have I been with you so long, and you still do not know me, Philip? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, Show us the Father? Do you not believe that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me? The words that I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority, but the Father who dwells in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me, or else believe on the account of the works themselves. Verse 12, Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do, because I am going to the Father. Whatever you ask in my name, this I will do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask me anything in my name, I will do it.
Well, I just came in at the end there, and I recognized the verse, and well, fantastic, isn't it? It's in terms of if we have that faith,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of the possibilities, the potentials that can be achieved. And once again, I mightn't come across as being completely genuine, but I am coming away from a completely godless universe, a completely godless existence,
Yeah.
where I still realize that the ultimate consolation was love. You know, even if it was false love, knowing that there was nothing beyond it, but coming to this potential. And I guess, in a sense, mind of God, we have to be aware that this is the area where we're capable of being swayed. It's like coming, exactly like we've been talking about. When you come to flat Earth, you're vulnerable.
Yeah.
You've been rejected by your family and friends, long
Right.
since.
Right.
And if there's a potential for you to be swayed, well, now you're at your most vulnerable. So when you read all of these beautiful words, ultimately it's down to interpretation, and I think ultimately it's down to context. The best we can do as individuals is paint our own picture and put us in a sort of, how would you, equilibrium, put us in some sort of resonance with a greater, higher power as individuals in terms of preaching our own story. I don't know how much that works, you know what I mean? And especially then, I'm not saying anything about what you were doing here, but I'm just saying in general, we've realized what seems to be the very insidious nature of this whole arena, where
Right.
your friends are not your friends at all. They'll stab you in the back at any hand turn,
Yeah.
which is,
I'll read a bit more, Pete. This is verse 15. This is good. You'll like some of this. If you love me, you will keep
going,
my
man. Keep going
commandments.
until I'll have a smoke here. Lovely. Off you go.
Verse 16, and I will ask the Father, and he will give you that another helper to be with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. Verse 18, I will not leave you as orphans, I will come to you. Yet a little while, and the world will see me no more, but you will see me, because I live, you also will live. In that day you will know that I am in my Father, and you in me, and I in you. Whoever has my commandments and keeps them, he it is who loves me. And he who loves me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and manifest myself to him. Judas said to him, Lord, how is it that you will manifest yourself to us and not to the world? Jesus answered him, If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and he will come to him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. Whoever does not love me does not keep my words, and the word that you hear is not mine, but the Father who sent me. Verse 25, these things I have spoken to you while I am still with you. But the Helper, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things and bring to your remembrance all that I have said to you. I believe that's happening now. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you, but let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. You heard me say to you, I am going away, and I will come to you. If you love me, you would have rejoiced, because I am going to the Father, for the Father is greater than I. And now I have told you before it takes place, so that when it does take place, you may believe. I will no longer talk much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming. He has no claim on me, but I do as the Father has commanded me, so that the world may know that I love the Father. Rise, let us go from here. So that's John 14. That's an extremely powerful chapter. Um,
Well,
states many things.
can you find I think it's not too far ahead, even if it's imminent. Can you find where it says I have overcome this world?
Yeah,
Ah, it's isn't it just give us the brief, that's the end part of it.
yeah, and you'll like what verse it's in too, Pete. John 16:33. Right?
And I'm
These
gonna go
things
on with it. I'm gonna probably start crying, but that's okay. Go on.
these things I have spoken unto you, that in me ye might have peace. In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. John 16:33.
That's it,
So
man.
yeah.
That's it. I said I cried a few times at Jesus' word. Yeah.
Yeah, he promises tribulation, but he promises deliverance.
He
So
wanted to get a move on, wouldn't he? He's 2021 years fucking
yeah,
lounging around with
yeah.
who I don't know.
We're waiting every
Where
day,
was
man.
that?
Yeah. This is a special year, there's no doubt. There's something about this year. So
Wow, 33 years ago. From remember, the new year begins April 1st, which is 2021.
Yeah.
21 is half of 42. 20 times 21 is 420, which is described as God's gift to man,
Yeah.
which is cannabis, right? I know you don't indulge in cannabis,
No, not much. No, like
right?
maybe 10 times in my
I'm
life.
sure you know people who do. I'm
Yeah,
sure you don't
definitely.
begrudge anyone who does, but it is known as God's gift to man. And I've been saying, and I still stick to it to a greater or lesser degree, that 420, 2020,
Yeah.
remember we're still in 2020, so that's April 20th last year, signified the beginning of the new era. So
Interesting.
here we are coming up to, well, the beginning of 2021, and there's 420s and 42s all around.
Hmm.
And well, verse 33, I can make the connection myself, but I
Yeah, it's
wonder,
not by coincidence. There's no way.
I wonder what does that matter though, Shirai? Because I could have put out many videos. I could write fucking books and all of this stuff. I swear I could.
Yeah.
I swear, I'm not joking. Like, I'm not joking. I don't speak, but when I come on here, I seem like a fucking drunken Irish man. Not well, reasonably coherent, but it is all over the place in general. But that's because there's so much that I could talk about and develop it. I could put out lots of 5 minute videos.
Yeah.
Uh, but why don't I? Because, well, my ultimate answer would be the truth is always known and the end is nigh. The end is
Yeah.
nigh.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
what, I don't know how long you've been waiting for the end. And I really appreciate your genuine feelings and sentiments from the chat, from Bob Nodell, from yourself regarding my son and that separation. The separation is ultimately about all of this. It's about all of these conspiracy-minded thinking
Yeah.
ways about me, and that's always been the way. It's never between me and Stephen. And it's really never between me and Stephen's mom, Sarah. It's just these mad ways. I came to find out about the legal name. I came to find out about the 9/11 fraud. I came to find out about the fraud of reality. My whole life was turned upside down,
Yeah.
and that's my whole being. And I now understand that that's the pathway that's for us all. You
Yeah.
know, I say no matter how far we think we're along the conspiracy pathway, all it will take is a wet week for anyone to catch up on us.
Hmm.
Just I think that's what they're going to do actually. Like they broadcast 9/11 on all the airwaves. They'll just broadcast the truth on and
They
people.
could. Yeah, they
Yeah,
could. They
absolutely.
Pete, they only have two options. Either they lie with something bigger or they start telling us the truth. They only have two options at this point.
Right, right. But well, that's a different matter as well. And I'm telling you this: if this doesn't pan out, there's only one destination left for me, and well, that's to get out of here. The route out of here. If I've been reading the script properly and the clues, following the clues properly, I definitely have been. The dodo is one of the greatest discoveries in terms of its true symbolism because, well, obviously the bird didn't exist, but 99.9% of the world, that's where the bird did exist, according to the
Hmm.
official story. But if it didn't exist, then it's a greater symbolic representation, while it's one of the greatest. And that the
But Pete,
dodo,
can I break this John 16:33 just so you know that what I see in this? Christ says he's going to return during a time of tribulation, and then this verse is in 16:33. And so this is a layered prophecy where he's speaking to his disciples, but he's also saying that be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. And so this is also a prophetic reference. And the 33 we see everywhere now because he's opened our eyes to it.
well, we ask what the world is, right? First of all, does the world exist? REM sang, "It's the end of the world as we know it," and
Yeah.
I feel fine. We ask, why did they feel fine? Well, maybe the world didn't exist ever, except in symbolic form. Um, that's what I say the spinning ball Earth is a metaphor. The lie is built on the truth. The truth is always known. And the truth
Hmm.
doesn't extend back thousands and thousands of millennia, millions of years, billions of years. No, it's a relatively recent origin to this construct as we're familiar with. Not that you describe it as a construct, right? But if we entertain certain thoughts, so that changes everything. That absolutely
Hmm.
changes everything. And you say, why now? How many lifetimes do you think that you could have lived?
I
Sure.
wonder about that. Yeah, I wonder about that. I don't know, but
Do you have any specific? I have no. I swear nothing. Remember I was telling you about the hand of God. That's an amazing thing. And look, I've had so many signs. Look. If I don't know if you anyone listening, I'll say it again. If you want a sign, go out to a quiet area, open skies, and do it until you get the sign. But do it with a true heart. You
Mhm.
really want to connect to the truth, and you will get a sign. But I say be careful as well because you may not know what to do with the sign. I've
Yeah.
had some signs along that way, but in terms of my memories of past life, no, they're non-existent. In this life, I have very early memories. I'm talking about. I think I remember the moment consciousness entered my being, or
Yeah.
a much greater spirit entered my being, and I'm talking about maybe weeks, if not months, just a couple of months old or something like that. Everything from that moment on, I'm aware of. And I know that I was given or I came in with a certain awareness because I remember the first thoughts I had when I sort of shook myself and I looked up in a room. I can
Hmm.
picture it right now. Looked up into the room and looked across to the other corner. I said, "Where am I?" Into my own brain. I said, "Where am I? What's going on?" I
Hmm.
understood the question I was asking.
Right
um,
on.
so that honestly, that's true. I mean, I'm not, that's so that places me then in a different setting, a different scenario, and to limit, um, well, that overall span so much and so greatly, and to be so specific about it. The only reason I say 2, 4, 2, 3, this is what the story of the dodo bird tells. So for
Hmm.
millions of years, the dodo bird remained sort of unaltered and undisturbed, uninterrupted on its island paradise of Mauritius. And then
Hmm.
man came along and screwed everything up in the year 1598 when the dodo birds was discovered. So for me, reading that story in a certain way, that tells me when, well, I later found out, listen, Chirag, when we come to flat Earth, right, the Gleason's map is presented to us on a
Hmm.
plate. Australia is at the top of the map. Now, on
Okay.
no map in the northern hemisphere, especially, I didn't even think in the southern hemisphere, but I'm not sure about that. Is Australia ever up at the top? Because it's always the land down under. So
Yeah.
straight away, another clue for us were to rotate it around. When you rotate it around, certain bird jumps out at you. And yeah, the equation then made between the dodo bird and well, the changing face of the earth, the layout of the map of the earth, right? Now, the greater connections being made by me were that, well, that changing phase occurred because something happened, mass destruction. This isn't God's creation. This is destructive. This is the devil's realm, right? The
Hmm.
destructive realm.
Yeah.
So what happened to give us this changing face of the earth as it juts above the invading waters? Well, the tree was cut. The tree of life was cut. And when we think about what happens at Christmas time, we celebrate the birth of Christ right in the heart of the dark times, right in the
Hmm.
heart of winter. Funny enough, it's 100 days from 25th of December to April 4th, which is so Christ's birthday to Christ's death and resurrection day. And that's very significant as well. 100 I-O, or 1010, 10 times 10.
Hmm.
But yeah, in these greater, again, I'm talking to myself, you know what I mean? There's no one else. I'm sort of,
No,
but the
that's
door.
fine. I'm listening. Yeah,
Yeah, you
it's
know what I
okay.
mean. The change. Let me sum it up by saying that. Well, how did this changing face of the land come about? The tree was cut. Right.
Yeah.
This is what we remember at Christmas time when we get the cut tree, the pine tree. I actually said that. I actually said the next hangout, the song I will open up, the original song from me to my Steve, will be either called Pine or I Pine. I think
Okay.
everything's connected. But yeah, the tree was cut, and then we had the birth of Christ, the Son of Man. It's the sun in the sky. This is an unnatural setting all around. But how the dodo came about in terms of its symbolic significance, first of all, in terms of the material significance, the changing face of the land, the map of the earth, right? Post map of the flat earth, especially. It has
Yeah.
to be a flat earth, right? Flat earth, especially post destruction. So we're pretty much looking down on a tree stump, right, as it's cut. Now, what is the tree itself? Well, that's Aristarchus. So the dodo is the child of Aristarchus.
Hmm.
And that's the different connections that I have, established. I guess for me, it's truth. It's not. How can I say it's truth? I can't say it's truth in the sense that, well,
I know what you mean.
me standing here right now talking to to you. I know you're not on camera. I know you'd easily go on camera, but I know that would be instantaneous truth, right? I can establish that to the best of my ability. But in regards to the story that's been told, story that's been laid out, yeah, that's the truth. The dodo, the greatest symbol, but the dodo is the child of Aristarchus, the tree of life.
Hmm.
Uh, well, why wouldn't it be about the tree of life, Aristarchus Chirag? Why wouldn't it be about the tree of life? The tree of life is all encompassing within the material, though, but there is a greater driving force. And that's why I say within the apocalypse of St. Paul, at a certain point, if you want me to find that, leave a comment in the chat afterwards. I did play it in the last hangout or the hangout before that, but
Hmm.
there's a very specific point where, God is chosen to reside post creation, and this is where the power stems from. And it's at the core, at the root of a certain tree, and that is the tree of life. And why wouldn't
Wow.
it? Of course, God pre-existed the tree of life, so God pre-existed the material.
Yeah.
So I think this is the greater story. And well, which God? If we adorn the God of destruction, well, is who is the greater God of creation? And were we always meant to come to this distinction? That's the
Hmm.
great question now.
Yeah, I feel like the tree of life is something I've wondered, like what that represents. I think a lot of Genesis is symbolic. I don't take it literally, or teach it that often because it can be very accurate both ways, symbolic and literal. So yeah, I mean that's interesting. I maybe have to play this back and think about that a bit more. What you're saying.
Well, I recognize I recognize the problem I have. It's I don't think it's anything I'm saying is very complicated, right? But it's all about differing contexts. So when we get to flat Earth, we know that's not the final context. Earth is something different. So you have to decide what Earth is. I've decided when we think in terms of pictures, and that's what dreams are, isn't it? Are there any spoken words in dreams? Actually, that's a good question.
I kind of view the Earth as literally like God's brain. That they like from a not to be rude, but that's the way I sort of see it. It's like we're all characters in His mind, and we're you know it's like I don't want to say a dream because it's very real, but that's why I believe it's flat with a dome. It's kind of symbolic of that fact that we came from God's mind and we're living it out in His mind.
So the question becomes: this is interesting, Chirag. Thanks for this conversation. I believe I haven't really spoken to anyone since I came out of. I haven't even told my story to anyone since I
Yeah,
came out of
glad you're
8
free, man. That's good. They're trying to lock up all these flat earthers,
and
man.
I
Come on.
wasn't gonna sign it all. They nearly broke in my mother's door here, and all they wanted was a connection between me and the legal name. And even at the same time, I didn't have to consent. I just
Hmm.
didn't. I wasn't going to sign, but I did ask the creator, was it okay? Because I really wasn't, man. I knew what they were about. And look, look. What can you say? Can you imagine it yourself? I mean, honestly, if I was to talk you through it, it wasn't too bad. I don't believe. Oh, look, let me tell you this. All I encountered from the very first encounter to the very last with officialdom, from the cops to the court to the prison system,
Yeah,
masked phonies is what I call them. Mean-spirited masked phonies. That's
yeah,
all I encountered. Now I knew I was coming in. All I was doing was playing a song on the street, right? uh, my natural right. I wasn't disturbing anyone, but I know exactly what happened as well at the same time. And now I didn't get the. I was had a this is so I have a great conversation so far tonight. We're not going anywhere. Let's continue it on, and please feel free to do what you want with this conversation, mind of God, as in play it
yeah.
on
It's
your
fine. I didn't have an agenda. I just came to chat.
whatever. No, no,
Yeah.
but yeah, but so I had a great conversation with Jed the last night. Even though Jed is well, what do you? I don't know if you heard that, but he was in the chat earlier on. But I mean, he's a bowler antagonist, so he sticks to his certain truth from the start, and there's no budging, although he wavers on certain things, you know what I mean? But
Hmm.
fundamentally, he won't give up the spinning ball come hell or high water, which is, of course, problematic immediately because that's the first thing you have to give up, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, what we can garner from interactions with these different characters, and Sysis was the week before that, and that was a great conversation as well, and had great potential to develop. If Sysis is in chat, jump in, man, jump in, because we're getting to the end times. So all actors are ordered to reveal themselves. That's by me.
Pete, we
Whereas
got Brenda in the chat. She should join. She's really smart.
but yeah, if Brenda's there, you're welcome. I know Brenda's very. If well, she's not asking. If you want to link Brenda, let me know. How you doing? How you
She
doing,
called
Brenda?
us morons and spelled moron incorrectly.
Well, that was purposeful, and I'm sure that was like what do you call it? Purposeful. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
That's
All right.
funny. Brenda disappeared. We don't see her as much anymore. I'll read a little bit of John while Pete's gone. Just continue on with this. John 16. These things I have spoken unto you, that you should not be offended. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God service. And these things will they do unto you, because they have not known the Father nor me. But these things I have told you, that when the time shall come, ye may remember that I have told you of them. And these things I said not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you. But now I go my way to him that has sent me, and none of you asketh me, whither goest thou? But because I have said these things unto you, sorrow hath filled your heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient for you that I go away. For if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And when he is come, he will reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and judgment. Of sin, because they believe not on me. Of righteousness, because I go to the Father, and ye see me no more. Of judgment, because the prince of this world is judged. I have yet many things to say unto you, but you cannot bear them now. Howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whosoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. He shall glorify me, for he shall receive of mine, and shall show it unto you. All things that the Father hath are mine. Therefore said I, that he shall take of mine, and shall show it unto you. A little while, and ye shall not see me again, and shall a little while, and ye shall see me, because I go to the Father. That's John 16:16. So that's John 6:6. And so that's relevant to the end times. And again, a little while, and ye shall see me, because I go to the Father. So that's layered. Brenda claims we're boring, but she's here. That makes sense.
Sorry about that, man. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Pete, I just read some of John 16 just to continue on with that.
Well, I mean, keep reading there, man. Keep reading for a bit, and if you want to, I mean, I'd love to hear it. I don't mind hearing
Yeah,
any.
that's fine.
The truth is in everything. The way I look at everything, and I don't
I'm in
know.
verse
Let me just say
17.
this as well. Let me say this, Shirag, right?
Mhm.
And I heard this, and it was this. Where was it now? I could bring up the link, but it was an instruction from Jesus to his disciples who were asking him what the greater purpose in all of this is, and he was telling them just to breathe in, right, and hold it, and then breathe out. It's within that held breath that the purpose is. So I think what that means is all there is the now.
Mhm.
You know, so as we move from now to now,
Yeah.
we have to deal with it. So I talked about memory and thought earlier on. One would be no good without the other. Without our memory of even past seconds or past moments, the thought would collapse, right? It would have no foundation. and
Hmm.
vice versa as well. So yeah, that's why I don't mind. Whatever you want to read. I think the truth is in everything, and whoever's listening, even myself as I'm listening, or even yourself as you're reading,
Yeah.
little connections might occur, and I won't scoff or laugh anyways.
Yeah, I agree. We can learn new things, definitely. Verse 17, then said some of his disciples among themselves, what is this that he saith unto us? A little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while, and ye shall see me, and because I go to the Father. They said, therefore, what is this that he saith a little while? We cannot tell what he saith. Verse 19, now Jesus knew that they were desirous to ask him, and said unto them, do ye inquire among yourselves of what I said? A little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while ye shall see me. Verse 20, verily, verily, I say unto you that ye shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice, and ye shall be sorrowful, but your sorrow shall be turned into joy. And so he's saying here that when he's crucified, that the world's going to love that. Verse 21, a woman, when she is in travail, hath sorrow, but her hour is come. But as soon as she is delivered to the child, she remembereth no more the anguish for joy that a man is born into the world. And ye now therefore have sorrow, but I will see you again, and your heart shall rejoice, and your joy no man taketh from you. Verse 23, and in that day ye shall ask me nothing. Verily, verily, I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall ask the name and the Father in my name, he will give it to you. Verse 24, hitherto have ye asked nothing in my name? Ask and ye shall receive, that your joy may be full. That's verse 24, 2:4. Verse 25, these things have I spoken unto you in Proverbs, but the time cometh when I shall no more speak unto you in Proverbs, but I shall show you plainly of the Father. Verse 26, at that day ye shall ask in my name, and I say unto you that I will pray the Father for you. Verse 27, for the Father himself loveth you, because ye have loved me and have believed that I came out from God. Verse 28, I come forth from the Father and am come into the world again. I leave the world and go to the Father. Verse 29, his disciples said unto him, lo, now speaketh thou plainly, and speaketh no proverb. Verse 30, now we are sure that thou knowest all things, and needest not that any man should ask thee. By this we believe that thou comest forth from God. Verse 31, Jesus answered them, do you now believe? Verse 32, behold, the hour cometh, yea, is come now, that ye shall be scattered, every man to his own, and shall leave me alone, and yet I am not alone, because the Father is with me. Verse 33, these things I have spoken unto you, that in me ye may have great peace. You may have peace. In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. So that's John chapter 16. I could keep reading, Pete. I'm not sure if you can hear.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. There's people listening. So look, if you're inclined to keep reading, please do. I'm here now, so if you want to.
I probably have to drop off, Pete, just because I need to eat dinner. But man, thanks again for allowing me on, man. I really enjoyed it. It's refreshing.
Yeah, no worries, man. And yeah, well, listen, we could definitely have a elongated conversation. I came on tonight to talk about, well, April 1st, Stanley Kubrick, 9/11, the greater story been told here, and how I think it's unraveling right now.
Yeah.
And well, we have a month to go ultimately. That's what I think. April 1st is a massively significant date. As it ends, so it begins. And I mentioned World War II starting fundamentally on April 1st, 1933, which is 88 years ago,
Hmm.
from April 1st. And what else? I mentioned 33 years from 2021 is 1988. So the three and the three intimately connected with the eight and the eight. Remember 88, Back to the Future. Um, I connect that with ourselves as well. Remember talking about the left brain and the right side, and the right brain
Hmm.
and the left side. Well, it's this sort of divide that we ourselves are in the midst of. We're part and parcel of, and it's this divide that is, well, I say, being repaired, being repaired. So
Mhm.
all of these different clues put in their path. Well, let me just say to the individual, if you have to go and have something to eat, probably maybe keep it going for a little bit longer. But yeah, I think there's clues to be found everywhere. Try not
Yeah,
to
I
judge.
agree.
Yeah, try not to judge. I think that's the best way to do it. Judge yourself if you must judge anybody, but look for the clues everywhere. And well, in these times especially, I think expect an accelerated revealing. That's all I can say. Who knows
Yeah.
what? Who knows what the ultimate hoopla, the big hurrah is? Who knows
Hmm.
what it will entail? The one thing I am certain of, anyway, it entails the cooperation of well, all the Earth's governments have cooperated in the Corona hoax, right?
Yeah.
So what are they privy to at the top levels? And even if they have some dastardly schemes at play, is the creator ultimately in control? We're told that even the elect will be deceived, mind of God. So that's not hope.
If it
That's
were so possible, that's what it says. So it's not
right.
possible. Yeah.
Well, when we look at all of the stuff that, well, you're in America, look at all the stuff that's happening on the surface level of American politics, not to
Yeah.
mind the deeper levels where you have to talk about QAnon and Donald Trump taking over. I hold that's true as well. I think all corporations have been disbanded, right? So if America now returns to being a true republic, Americar, is this all in the cards for well the coming month? Interesting times. I say
Hmm.
it's all aligned. It's all written in the stars. Let me put the link in if you want to. You can hang around if you want. If you want to
Yeah.
have
No,
a
thanks a lot, Pete. I'll drop, man. Appreciate it,
yeah.
buddy.
Okay. Let me
Peace.
put the link in for Brenda if Brenda wants to join. That'd be interesting. And keep it down a bit low. Brenda will be happy to. Brenda will be happy to hear that. Make sure no matter where I go, controversy follows Brenda. So there's no sort of peace, no rest at any stage. Bob Nodell's gyroscope. I was 15 in 1988. That's the same amount of degrees the Earth is rotating per hour. Coincidence? I think not. Huh. You're sure the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour? I mean, I'm guessing you're sure you're 15 in 1988. That's a simple matter of math. But how do you establish that the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour? Bob Nodel's gyroscope. um, yeah, if that's what Bob Nodel's gyroscope established, it'd be the first proof in history. I've been asking the question. It's a killer question. No one likes dealing with a dodo here. I wonder why. Killer question, to the best of your knowledge, if you're going to claim to be an honest inquirer, when was the Earth first proven to move? I will throw it out to you. Depending if you want a little bit more um, ribbing, I guess, in a sense. If we follow the historical timeline and we take it down at some point, pretty much all of the Earth's inhabitants believed that the Earth was a flattened stationary plane surface, right? And the skylights moved above us. At some point, they would have needed convincing. If we accept, well, here's so many problems, so many issues, right? If we accept we're coming from a constant state of ignorance to knowledge, right, at every step along the way, but how do we gauge these early um, like trying to phrase it like this, right? I'm not doing a great job here. But how would we gauge these early contributors to civilized society? And are we going to consider them stupid, or what the opposite? And of course, whatever way the border answers, they're caught because when you refer them back to ancient Chinese or ancient Grecian or Babylonian technologies or sciences, they were very well capable. So, what was a big convincing factor that took them away from, and them similar, took them away from a stationary and flat Earth's surface? Yeah. I haven't got an answer yet. Bob Nolan's gyroscope is probably the best answer because no matter where else you look, nothing scientific is ever established. Nothing at all. Nothing is ever established that the Earth is moving at given speeds and rotations. It's always and ever assumed. When you assume something, well, everything based on that assumption then pivots on whether that assumption is true or not. If that assumption is proven not to be true, to be proven negative, well, you start off by what you assumed so-called positive, which is probably negative in the first place. So yeah, anyway, that's superficial there, and that's a killer question. But when it comes to something actually moving, well, that's where Aristarchus comes into. And the tree of life. You paint your picture. Yeah, but Brenda says laser gyro proves Earth's rotation, but is that all you have? Show a skeptical man. What if it didn't prove, Brenda? You're a scientific. You've been in this arena, even if you didn't begin scientific mindset or frame of mind. You certainly picked up lots of skills along the way, and you can easily reason now in a scientific sense. If it doesn't prove Earth's rotation um, immediately and obviously, what else might it indicate? I guess we'd have to look at the technology itself and what are the compositional factors of the gyroscope, the laser, ring laser gyroscope itself. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, these are deeper questions. So yeah, in the true scientific sense, Brenda, look at the null, look at the opposing synopsis, and see where that might take you. But you never go there, right? It can only never prove one thing. I get it as well, though. I get the deeper layers. Earth itself, remember I talked about it at the start, Earth is something different. So we have to define what Earth is. I say, well, everything is Earth. The sky is Earth. The skylights are Earth. The ground itself is Earth. The whole confine. Um, and ultimately, what is that? Well, Aristarchus, the divided tree of life. Um, cool story, bro. Well, it's not my story. Yeah, there's a link there. Look. Jump in, Brenda. I'll be gentle on you. I won't be able to play any music now. Brenda, did you know I was in prison? What do you think about this? Actually, it's just a. If I was in the States, Brenda, I probably would be in line for millions of dollars, I guess, because it was illegal from the outset. But yeah, ripped off the streets, playing music during these Corona times, not disturbing anybody, for not giving the name One Director, to give the name where you're from. And answer, I said, "Do you suspect me of committing a crime?" And they said no. And I said, "Well, I'm not obliged to give you the name." And they said, "You are." And I said, "Well, I'm not obliged. So, yeah, do what you have to do." And they said, "Well, you're under arrest." I never read my rights or anything. Everything went peacefully. I say, "Okay, I'm under arrest. Let me pack up my stuff." And that was it. Took up to the police station. They wanted my name there to charge me, but not giving my name to begin with. And I'm going, "Well, you can give it back then. I'm not going to give it now." So I didn't give my name. I had no ID on me or anything like that. So I persisted and they persisted. They took me to court the next morning. I said what I had to say, no bullshit, and yeah, they put me to prison until I was to divulge the name. Now, when I went into prison, I said I'm not willing to take a corona test. I said this in court as well. I wouldn't wear a mask in court. I'm not willing to take a corona test because corona's a hoax, and I'm not willing to wear a mask. So in prison, immediately they shipped me to the quarantine department, quarantine cell, and yeah, I immediately started a hunger strike. I didn't eat anything from the moment they went in to the moment they left because it was bullshit. Like, so you can't do that. But they did it anyway, and yeah, 24-hour isolation as well for 8 days. So I stuck it out. I would have stuck it out longer, but I didn't. But that's not the end of the story anyway. So that's all happened to me. What do you think, Brenda? Did I deserve that? Did I deserve that as a flat earther? What do you reckon? Yeah, but why are you doing that? We had a good chat there, mind of God and myself. And Bob Nodell's gyroscope. I mean, what's the point in continuing to do that? Something moves for certain, and that's the Earth's core, Aristarchus, at the center, the giant whirlpool at the north. So that's if Bob Nodell's gyroscope is picking it up. Do you think military gyroscopes haven't picked it up over the years? Come on, what are you talking about? Something obviously moves, but the Earth's surface doesn't move. We know about it. The very basic tenets of physics, right, which is that gases, liquids, and metals or solids, not metals, solids, react differently to the same impulse, um, immediately kills bowler, swing bowler. On a calm summer's day, we can all go out and experience the best of our sensible ability. Um, Perfectly calm, placid conditions in the air, in the ground, in the water, in the lake you're looking at. So that defies all known physics, and especially when you incorporate sort of greater and terrestrial um, operating speeds. The ball is spinning around itself at the equator, and I think it worked it out 650 meters per second or something. So in 1 second, you're from here up the road on a continual basis. And so is the water, so is your cup of water, so is the air in your lungs. But it all gives the illusion of absolute relative stillness. But once again, Earth is moving. So what is Earth? At its core, Earth is Aristarchus. The core of Aristarchus emanates, generates the barrier, generates all of the skylights, generates the ether, the reactionary force, the life force, beneath it, which separates all of the what's beneath into its appropriate bearing. I think this connects so much as well. It sort of ties in both sides of flat Earth. I think more so in terms of Nathan Oakley's side and the relative density buoyancy argument as opposed to gravity and overarching, overriding force, either a push or a pull. So ether solves everything. You can have, and Jesus, I remember giving this example 3 years ago. Imagine a massive chicken shed or something, and you have heating lamps all the way along the top just to keep the conditions livable. When you're going to have a certain layering, you have a certain air, and as the chicken below are shedding away, and you have different gases introduced into the environment, everyone's going to find a specific layer, but beneath this overwhelming layer. So it's not as if you can say that, well, anything that rises up proves there's no downward force. No, no. It's just finding its layer within the greater confine. And if there is this impulsive force from above, well, relative density and buoyancy will fit in, a slot in under this greater constriction. And that's what it is. So, to the best of my ability to think it through anyway. And again, I'm not just picking this out of my brain, sort of reading a story and coming at it from many different angles. If it doesn't apply to my reality or if it doesn't apply to me, but then it's not true. It can't be true. Well, Brenda, it is late, so I'm trying to keep it down. But we haven't spoken in a long while. If you think I'm mumbling incoherent gibberish, I challenge you then, get the better of me. I don't mind. I don't think you'd be able to, but any one of my questions that I pose to you, like at the very beginning, I probably won't be able to answer, but I'm much more sort of sharp now than I was at the beginning. But one of the basic questions, as I say, which has used nuclear, your answer is Bob Knowles' gyroscope proved to the ancient peoples who were flat and stationary earthers that the earth was spinning at given speeds. Yeah, I'm not sure who they knew, or if they knew who Bob Knowles was. I'm not even sure if we know who Bob Knowles is. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry about it. No, I don't. I haven't blocked anyone. I wouldn't block Brenda. Brenda is generally very cordial. Um, she, she has a job to do, and they do it well enough. Um, it's at these later advanced stages, I guess, that your tolerance is low. But I did post a link. You made certain accusations. If you think I'm mumbling and talking gibberish coherently, well, well, Brenda knows better than anyone. No one can handle the dodo. You can't do it. You just can't do it. You can't answer one of my basic questions. Why? Because, well, I'm not cooperating with anybody. No, I'm not playing a role. And the truth always wins out. Is my left eye. There's a little sty in it. A sty in ears. I used to get styes pretty often in the younger times. But thanks to the mind of God for having a chat. Okay, let me put check out. No, I don't check out Globebusters. He's a fake, but he's the real Bob Nodell who tried to debunk the globe by using ring legend. Go way out of that, Bob. Don't get me fanning you here as if I don't know what your spiel is. He tried nothing, and he didn't get onto mainstream television for no reason as well. So, yeah, don't be worrying about that. Were you? You're probably Chris MCM or something like that. One of those characters. Anthony, Steve Anthony. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He proved nothing. Something moves at 15 degrees per hour, one rotation per day. That's ARISTARCHUS at the center. That's what's giving us all the skylines, right? He didn't prove the Earth moved. Prove something moved. And he didn't do that. Can't credit that to him. No one did that beforehand. Come on. Why would you assume the Earth moves, though? Because it suits your metaphoric landscape. And that's what it is. So yeah, don't be insulting my intelligence like that, or else I'll be banning you. Hear me? Not that that matters. I mentioned earlier on, IPS was talking about Stanley Kubrick fake death, involvement in the 9/11 theatrical production, and how considered all that about 10 years ago. Why he's talking about it now is interesting because it's sort of timeless. It's more pertinent now than ever. So coming to the root of it, we were always meant to come to the root truth of it. And what that might be, well, hmm, well, 9/11 was a two becoming one. Two unbirthed, the two in the material capital as well. The dollar sign. Think about the dollar sign and how it went from the one strike, or from the two strikes to the one strike through. But ultimately, the Eve eating of the apple, the big apple, the temptation, right? The material temptation. So the two becoming one. Now we have the one world trade, right? But two becoming one. Stanley Kubrick, in his movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. So a clue in the name. Um, I wanted to get to the deeper layers of it, really. The monolith, anyway, how it's represented in 2001 is via the Millennium Hotel. When the two twin towers were unbirthed, destroyed, right, fell at free fall speed. This is me coming in on my Stuck on Judy Wood song. But when they were unbirthed from across the Hudson River, I think it was the Hudson River anyway, looking through the gap where the Twin Towers were, the Millennium Hotel, or the monolith shone, right? So, what does that represent? Do you remember the pit in 9/11? Massive pit within the basement of the whole structure itself, the whole WTC superstructure. Well, this is a reflection or a mirror on an aspect of 2001 where they found the monolith in a pit on the moon. I mentioned before about Stanley Kubrick placing the moon base on crater Clavius. I say for very specific reasons, because when you look at all the craters, all what seem to be distinct and disparate separate craters on the moon and separate landscape aspects, no, it turns out that they're all reflected aspects of the one crater, which is Aristarchus, right? But anyway, why Stanley Kubrick chose Crater Clavius? Because it's the clearest example that you are dealing with reflected artifacts in a spiraling fashion. Doesn't matter which way you look at it, as you rotate it around 180 degrees, it's either the spiraling is coming from below or the spiraling is coming from above. Again, what looks like separate craters on the moon and our flat Earth sense, right? Well, no, they're just the same crater from different perspectives, kaleidoscopic effect. Anyway, how it connects to 2001: Space Odyssey and 9/11, we're always meant to make our way through to 9/11 being a media and a victim symbolic hoax, right? So symbolic being the key factor. To think that Stanley Kubrick, that's not news. It's not news, but it'll be news to so many. First of all, what would be news to so many would Stanley Kubrick faked his death. But to think then that he, in terms of the greater role, I guess he played, cinematographic role, is that the right connection or the right term? Which, I mentioned Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band being the #1 album in history. That's what we listed as. Stanley Kubrick, thereabouts, for the #1 artistic director of the movie images in history, wouldn't he? So, well, if he was put in place from the outset and the story was already in play, what was being revealed through his greater productions, foreshadowing and, well, not predicting as such, right? Just laying out what was to come. This is the greater context here. But once again, that was 10 years ago for me. My IPS is so slow, and he's the chief clue giver now on the Flat Earth stage and the Flat Earth arena. Why he's so slow picking up how things? Well, I need to answer that from every movie has a soundtrack. Thus spake. Well, actually, I was thinking of 2001. Thus spake. Let me type it in. Thus, can I get it before I type it in? Thus spake Zarathustra. Perhaps close enough. Thus spake Zarathustra. It was a novel by Friedrich Nietzsche, but the music was the core bounding music for 2001: The Space Odyssey. It's interesting. I actually picked up that book before, but I don't. I read a little bit of bits and pieces of it, but I never read the whole book. So I'll keep that link open. But yeah, it's all a greater script being played out, and every actor, especially on the world stage, has their part to play and has their script to stick to. As I mentioned to Chirac earlier on, be under no illusions. Mark Sargent is just as much an actor as Carl Sagan, or is Neil Armstrong, or is Tim Peake, or any of the Perseverance crew. No, I was going to say Perseverance crew. You know what I mean? Any of the ISS crew. I don't even keep up to date with anything anymore, actually. But yeah, it's all a greater theatre, and well, all roles were always meant to be unraveled. That's the only way I can think of it. That's the only way it makes sense to me. And well, now is the time. Tumanoid, how you doing, man? I reckon now is the time. You have all these clowns, Tumanoid, like Bob Noodle. Well, not all these clowns, just Bob Noodle's gyroscope, just repeating the same old stuff. But yes, here we go. Millennium Hilton. There's a Hilton on the space station. 2001 Space Odyssey. Also to cover is an outbreak. Well, yeah, monolith, right? So monolith turns out to translate as one stone. Mono, one, lith, stone. One interpretation of it, one translation of it. One stone. One stone is also Einstein. One stone. So it's very interesting. And well, talking about an outbreak, it was obvious an outbreak, and I must have mentioned it. I had to have mentioned it at many points in past hangouts. There were so many zombie movies on television. I couldn't see the sense in it myself. Every episode seemed to be the same as every other episode, but it was propagandized or advertised so much that it was like the talk of everywhere, in as much as I could gather anyway. So yeah, the way it was paid certainly well from the outset. Remember, we know the script is played out from the start, um, but how does it all interconnect is the greater question. There's no leaving anything out. And 9/11 doesn't matter if you didn't. It doesn't matter what level you're at, really. Whether you accepted the official story, or maybe you to different conspiracy layers, or to where you're at now. I don't think it does matter ultimately. Um, Truth is sort of presented to us in greater symbolic form, in one form or another. And well, when the time is right, which is we're definitely coming close to the time people are awakening on all levels, when the time is right, it's easy to see through all of this sort of stuff. It doesn't take a genius to work out that 9/11 was the media and a victim hoax. Come on. This is what gives all of the ballers away. If I was to ask Bob Noodle's gyroscope about 9/11, he'd probably give the same answer as fucking Bob Noodle himself. Although Bob Noodle himself made the impossible move of understanding that 9/11 was a media and victim hoax back to the Judy Wood camp. So once again, it's too obvious a move. Bob already was well sort of outed as an actor. So why so obvious a move? Well, because Judy Wood contains some truth in terms of the greater story. There was only one story, and everything is sort of crafted around that. So Twin Pines male hit by terrorists becomes Lone Pine at 119 Agro. Nice one, Anne. Isn't that funny now? 2 minutes, so no connection whatsoever, although probably some connection down the way. Well, the song I open up the next hangout with, it should be called Pine or I Pine, which is one pine in a sense. That's interesting now that you mention that, but yeah, of course I knew about that. And Wow. Hmm. Does two represent? What does the twin represent in relation to the one? Everything interconnects, and I wonder where you're at now with all of this turmoil. Um, yeah, 9/11, two towers became the one, right? And if you look at the one, the structure of the one tower, we have unified holes in terms of reverse triangles. The A representing the male, and the V representing the female. That's just about bias. And left brain, right brain. That's what I think. It's just about the bias. The male is more sort of thought orientated. This is why I think it's made that way as well. But this is why in schools we're divided into the different categories. Male specifically from female. Well, that's not the case anymore. Everything's changing, but this is why it was the case anyway. Ultimately, we're all capable of what anyone else is capable of. Just just about applying the right mindset. So yeah, excellent, man. So we had 9/11 2 becoming one, or 9/11 was 11/9, so the 11 becomes one, and 9 1 9. Here we are in the midst of COVID-19. What does it mean 1 9? Um, well, everything is gauged in terms of the 8. But Bob Nodell's gyroscope said what says. Was it Nostradamus that predicted 9/11? You're going to vouch for it. That man existing as well. I think he was back in the 13th, 14th century. Maybe not that far back, but yeah, I'm not going to. 9/11 was set from the very outset. It's an integral part of this greater script. And for me, actually, how many years would it be from 1598 to 2001? That shouldn't be too difficult to work out. So 1600 to 2001 is 401, 403 years. I'm jumping out. So yeah, it's 423 years now. So it's 421. Yeah, sorry, 2021. That's mad to consider, but I bet you're not considering that. Well, anyway, I haven't thought about that, but yeah, the connection between Stanley Kubrick. First of all, he faked his death, right? It's obvious. Eyes Wide Shut is very interesting as well. I love that movie. At the end, now that I think back on it, what was my conclusion now? Let's just certainly spend some time thinking about it. I think the doctor was set up at the end. He was set up by the um, what do you call those? The aristocrats. He was set up by them to sort of gather him in the net. So all of the deaths were faked, but he was incorporated into the greater scheme by being set up and being played like a fiddle. So yeah, whoever the elites are, whatever they get up to, they'll need protection and like having a doctor on your side if you get up to anything untoward. Um, well, always helps, and that was my thoughts at the time anyway. But yeah, that Stanley Kubrick is connected to this greater. Yeah, absolutely. And I was aware of that 10 years ago. So what exactly is he saying, or what exactly is he pointing towards or pointing at? I tell you, the more I think about it, April 1st, 2021, the end of World War II, a new era. Within the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, the monolith is first found by a select group of apes, right? And the monolith allows sort of advancement of the kind, allows advantage, signifies progress from a blind start, I guess, from an animalistic start. And it's to be found within a little mini crater. the apes have sort of built their home around. Isn't that funny? For all the world's mini crater, and there's the houses that are Aristarchus. There is the monolith within the very heart of the crater itself. Um, that's very interesting. That takes me back a couple of years now. Aristarchus is also to be found in other forms throughout the movie. One particular one I remember is when Dave Bowman, even the name itself, Dave Bowman, a bow is an eight, right? Basically, Dave H man, H U man, human. Um, yeah, when he's going through his psychedelic type of transference, wherever he's going to, as he's in the heart of the monolith, wherever he's going to, that prismatic effect you get to. As he comes out the other side, he encounters a terrain which is very similar to the moon's terrain as we would understand it. Just craters everywhere. And, well, for me anyway, it's another truth. Only one crater alone. We understand that the moon is a reflected artifact. Ultimately, it's a reflection, a direct reflection of the sun. That much is obvious. And so what the sun is a reflection of. And actually, very good. I was just looking out at Sirius tonight, and yeah, just confirm. I won't say confirms. I'm just, a more strengthened in terms of what I think is going on. That Polaris is the primary reflection. So as that moves, we have the nightly movement of the greater night sky, the wandering star. All stars are wandering stars. The only thing that's not a wandering star in our, as the ancients used to call it, in our system is the moon. Right? So everything else is on this, what do you call it? When we separate the wandering stars from the main outer body of stars, we understand that, well, not that we understand, but we can bear in mind or, consider that the sun is the primary reflection, the focal reflection of Polaris. Right? So Polaris projects the rest of the night sky. The sun is a primary reflection of Polaris, and then the moon and all of the other wandering stars, the planets as listed in our own solar system, secondary, tertiary, etc., reflections of the main thing. So as I'm looking at Sirius will be drowned out pretty shortly, I should think, right? But only because the sun now is moving on an inward track. So it will, blare out any influence we might be able to see if Sirius. But it's actually a question that it reminds me of. Surely there must be some instrumentation in place that I can still see Sirius even though the sun is shining. Because if the Sirius is what they say it is, surely there'd be some impact. Surely that wouldn't be easy to, or it wouldn't be difficult to detect. But I don't think they can do it. If the sun, let's say, in the southern sky and Sirius, if you could turn the sun out, the lights out, it would be in the western sky. Why can it not be detected? I don't think it can be. Well, because you're dealing with reflections, and this makes all the difference. But yeah, the reason why it is drowned out is because it's staying relatively stationary to the contoured reflective screen backdrop, whereas the sun itself is moving at a much more accelerated rate, inwards and outwards as it does on an annual basis, because it's the primary reflection of Aristarchus, or Polaris being the primary reflection of Aristarchus. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, because I was wondering what happened to Sirius. Because it either said one of two things. It's got that. What I kind of knew. I think I knew the answer anyway. But it said either something about the contour of the barrier and what everything is reflecting off of. It's not circular, by the way. It is oval. It's elliptical. As if a flattened bubble, right? Give a raindrop falling into a puddle, and just that you said a brief moment, an instant moment. when it reflects off it. You have the puddle in the center and then the spider-like body on the outside. So yeah, so that was the. It's either something to do with that, or else well then it's got something to do with the relative motions of the stars and the wandering star. And of course, we know then on an annual basis that all of the greater star system resets itself. The universe resets itself. Um, okay. Okay. Um, well, yeah. I just April 1st as well. Earth was said to be created April 1st. Yeah, Fool's Day, Dodo's Day, the real New Year's beginning. As it ends, so it begins. Renewal is in the air, repair is in the air. What form does it take? You tell me. Terminite says, just before go, 19 years after 2001, there's a 19 metonic cycle. Okay, I'll have to look into that. The metonic, 19 metonic year cycle. I'll look into that, man. Cheers. I'm tired here. I better have something to eat before I go to bed as well. Yeah, so it's too late for me to start talking about some more connections between April 1st. The biggest connection being it's Fool's Day or Dodo's Day, and what Dodo actually represents, which is the divided state of the land post destruction of Aristarchus and the divided state of us, male from female, self from self, in spiraling fashion, mirroring the movements of Aristarchus itself as it expresses. So yeah, I guess you can think of it like a sort of an immaterial point source, moving in and out and around and up and down simultaneously. Ultimately, bringing us back to pi as well, and how the immaterial expresses into the material. But yeah, April 1st, Dodo's Day. 3 days later, April 4th, 4/4, Resurrection Sunday. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to be getting any music. Next time we see me is probably 20th of March or afterwards, unless I decide to pay. I think it's a tenner a month, but I probably won't do that. So it'll be 20th of March or afterwards, and yeah, I'll hold myself to that. I'll open with an original song called Pine or I Pine, and I'll ponder the pine a little bit more. Actually, they were pretty decent in terms of all of my incarceration, but the one thing I told it to look after was a little pine cone I just kept for a living, and I never got that back, so I missed that, but that's okay. But yeah, otherwise, thanks to Chirac, the Mind of God, thanks to the Mind of God for having a conversation with me. And it was reasonable and yeah, more general than specific. But yeah, thanks to you for tuning in. And well, until the next time, friends, hope you enjoyed the music. And yeah, take care. Love to all, and I love you, my Steve.